Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and all the attendees present here. A warm welcome to one and all. I, Melinda Mary John, student of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, will be your host for the day. And it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of our international conference titled New Trends in Commerce, Management and Economics in the Digital Era, in collaboration with the Indian Accounting Association and the International Skills Development Corporation, hosted by the Post-Graduation Department of Commerce, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur. As we all know, we had successfully completed day one of our conference yesterday, and with great delight, I would like to welcome you all to the second day of the conference. We are fortunate to have with us today some distinguished speakers who are noted figures in their own fields. And as we set out on this intellectual journey, we hope that the seminar will offer all our attendees a plethora of insights, enable fruitful interactions, and inspire fresh perspectives about the topic at hand. Let us move on to the first session of the day. Our first session of the day is on the topic Tech-Embedded Innovative Teaching Learning Methods in Finance and Accounting. I would like to call upon Dr. Jacob Thomas, Professor, PG Department of Commerce of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, to welcome and introduce our speaker for the session.
A warm good morning to all. Dr. Srilar Krishna, Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, Dr. K. Jacob, the Principal of the College, Dr. Benson Kunjun, Head of the Department, faculty members, delegates, and friends. India has made significant progress in the field of education, culminating in the elevation of student enrollment in various innovative academic disciplines. Technology-aided teaching and learning has become the hallmark of the contemporary education. Artificial intelligence assisted applications and softwares have made teaching learning easy and accessible. This has resulted in creative and dynamic classrooms enriching the students in multi-dimensional ways. Technology-embedded education is the need of the hour, and the education institutions, especially those under the higher education department, should relentlessly strive to make teaching and learning technology-aided. It is the very same thought that has kindled us to hold a technical session on tech-embedded innovative teaching learning methods in finance and accounting. Welcome to you all to a second day of the fifth technical session of the International Conference. Today, we have with us a very eminent and resourceful personality, Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, the Joint Vice President of Indian Accounting Association, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, and Head of the Department of Commerce, and he is currently serving as the Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the University of Kerala. Simon Tattil sir has been teaching since 1991, becoming a professor in 2010. With a teaching career that spans over 31 years, he has richly contributed to the development of the institutions he has worked with. He is the author of 4 books, has numerous publications to his credit, and has been the chair and invited speaker at various national and international seminars. 31 PhDs and over 50 MPhil degrees have been produced under his guidance. He was the project coordinator for 2 major projects of the Department of Commerce and was the coordinator of SAP UGC project. Currently, he is the chief editor of Indian Journal of Accounting, the former Journal of Indian Accounting Association. It was during his tenure as the director of IQAC of the University of Kerala that the university is accredited with a NAC A++ grade in 2022. He was a governing board member of the Center for Development Studies, external editor for Ramanujan International Journal of Business and Research, New Delhi. It's a blessing that We have Simon Thattil sir with us today to share his valuable views on technology embedded teaching and learning. I warmly welcome sir to this session. This session is chaired by Dr. Srila Krishnan, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Srinarayana College, Natia, affiliated to Mahatma Gandhi University. She took her MCom with a university rank and PhD in Commerce from MJ University, Kottayam. She served as a faculty in various SN colleges, participated and presented papers in various international and national conferences. Also published research papers in peer-reviewed journals. We are proud to inform that her PhD is supervised by our Dr. Benson Kunjun sir, the head of the Department of Commerce and the general convener of this conference. A warm welcome to you, dear teacher, to this technical session. Ms. Neha Babu, Marthoma College, propose vote of thanks of this session. Kindly welcome dear Neha Babu. In a word, let me also welcome our respected Principal Dr. K. Jacob, the Principal of Marthoma College of Science and Technology. A warm welcome, sir. Dr. Benson Kunjun, Head and General Convener of the Conference. A warm welcome, sir. Faculty members and delegates, both from different parts of the state and the country, and from different universities and colleges, a warm welcome to all to this technical session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. I would like to invite our chair for the session, Dr. Srila Krishna, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce of Srinarayana College, Natika, Thrissur, to speak a few words.
Respected Professor Dr. Simon sir, Dr. Jacob Thomas sir, Principal of the college, my research guide Dr. Benson sir, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, research scholars, students, participants who are on online, a warm good morning to one and all. Today we are in the second day of international conference organizing by PG Department of Commerce of Marthoma College. And I thank my research guide for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this international conference also. By 2020-21, the world has seen the worst side of its life, the COVID pandemic. Every area, education, workplace, social life, everywhere we can see the disruption. But this hardship has become a revolution which would otherwise been taken a decade or more for the technological advancement in the world. People are actually forced to adapt the technological advancement, especially in the education system. The teachers, the students, educational institutions, everywhere we can see a massive change, the technology. This digital technology actually finds so many solutions, like where the people to learn, how to learn, when to learn. That's why students are actually comparing all the education institutions, and also the teachers are finding out so many other methods in their teaching aptitude. That's why the students are going abroad also, because of the comparison between the countries in the technological advancement of education system. We know that all the students are trying to going abroad for their higher education. And it is estimated that about 1.5 and 2 million students of India will go abroad by 2025. So it is the responsibility of all the education institutions, all the teaching faculty to change the teaching methods. That's why this international conference and this session is based on tech-embedded, innovative teaching learning methods in finance and accounting, because it is our responsibility to adapt the changes in technological changes in finance and accounting. And this session is going to be handled by Dr. Professor Simon Sir. He is the Junior Vice President of Indian Accounting Association, Dean Faculty of Commerce, Head of the Department of Commerce, IQAC Coordinator of University of Kerala. And it's my immense pleasure that I am being a part of this international conference, chairing the session of Simon Sir, because I was among you in 2005 in a national seminar where Simon Sir was a resource person, and that seminar was coordinated by my research guide Benson Sir. And after 19 years, I'm back in this session for chairing the Simon Sir session, and I thank God and Benson Sir for giving me such a great opportunity. And all the very best to all the participants who are in this session and also in online for being a part of this session. And I congratulate the Marthoma College for doing this wonderful international seminar, and all the very best for all the participants who are participating in this session. And I also welcome our resource person, Professor Dr. Simon Sir, to handle the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Jacob Thomas to introduce our guest.
A word about Indian Accounting Association. Indian Accounting Association, IAA, is an interface between academicians, professionals and practitioners from various universities, business, industry and government. The main function of IAA is to promote and disseminate a knowledge of accounting and related subjects in India and abroad. The association was founded by academicians and professionals in accounting on 17th March 1969. It has a network of 60 branches all over India with more than 10,000 live members. The international conference is conducted in association with IAA Kerala branch. The Kerala branch of IAA was formally established in 2008. This branch is functioning from the Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. There are two more branches in the state, namely Alappuzha branch and Kozhikode branch. Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle, currently the General Secretary of Kerala branch and the Chief Editor of Indian Journal of Accounting, a former journal of IAA. Previously held various positions in Indian Accounting Associations. The 45th All India Accounting Conference and International Seminar held at the Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, Trivandrum, on 9th and 10th December 2023, elected Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle as the Junior Vice President of Indian Accounting Association. We, the delegate of this international conference from various colleges, universities all over India, faculty members and students of the Postgraduate Department of Marthoma College and the conference committee consider this as a privilege to honor you, sir, in the new position as the Junior Vice President of Indian Accounting Association. We congratulate and wish you all success. Now, on behalf of all the participants, I request the Head of the Department of Commerce of the Marthoma College and the General Convener of this conference, Dr. Benson Kunyun, to honor Simon sir by adorning a shawl.
Thank you, sir. I feel privileged to invite our resource person for the session, Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Junior Vice President, Indian Accounting Association, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Head of the Department of Commerce, IQAC Coordinator, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. Sir, we welcome you for the session.
Good morning, one and all. The chairperson for the session, Dr. Srila Krishnan, Professor Jacob Thomas, Benson, the principal, Professor Jacob, my co-presenter who has come earlier, Professor Michael, the other delegates. We have Dr. Suman with us and all delegates from the institute and outside the institute. Very happy to be in your midst for this international conference, but I'm not keeping that well with my throat having slight issues. But hopefully I will try and do my best with this session on technology embedded teaching learning methods, which we are trying to discuss. Now I'll come to that side when I make the presentation. I'll just give my introductory remarks on what we are trying to discuss. Now before I start, let me, because I believe most of you are either from commerce or from the management domain, so we will be looking at some key issues as challenges, which I'll put across when we talk about technology embedded teaching learning or innovative methods. Now, being in the commerce domain for quite some time, because both the introductory remarks as well as the chairperson's remark talked about a long career which I had, 31 years of teaching, 31 PhDs or whatnot. Now, normally when you give a very long introduction of a long career and you ask the audience, what did you understand? And they will say that I understood only one thing, that the person is an old man, because 31 years has passed by, so he might have become quite old. So that is one understanding. That is true also. Now in this understanding, something which we have come across is very interesting, which will be the starting point from which I'll take over as a major challenge for all those who are teaching, learning, not just teaching and learning commerce and management. And this fact is a very simple fact, that the discipline is fast turning to be disruptive. Disruptive in the sense that somebody else is taking over the domain of commerce and management. I'll just give some examples before you start, and things which you can verify from your Google search as well. You look at all prominent, very eminent national institutes in the country, like IIMs, IITs, IISCs, and you try to find out who is doing research over there in finance, which is our area today, is finance and accounting. And you will suddenly find out something which is very astonishing. And the fact is that they are all engineers. This is the relevance of technology. You look at all great finance managers and CEOs of top institutions who now deal with finance, CFOs. Majority of them are engineers. So mutual fund, capital market, financial services is fast becoming the domain of engineering and technology rather than pure commerce. If you look at accounting, the professional body for accounting is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And if you look at the last 5 years admission as well as pass percentage, you will find out something, that commerce graduates and management graduates are turning out to be a minority. Science graduates have overtaken commerce graduates. So we have been learning accounting from our higher secondary days, +1, rules, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. You finish 2 years +2, you do 3 years in your BCom, and suddenly you feel that somebody from science has overthrown what was believed to be your cradle. Now what is the reason for this? The reason for this is the shift which has happened in these two disciplines, not just these two disciplines, many disciplines for that matter. And in fact, we have an all India index of disruptiveness of disciplines, and you will find accounting standing top over there. Dentistry is the least disruptive. Accounting is the most disruptive. And why it is happening? Because we still emphasize on skills like recording, classifying, preparing, and to some extent analyzing. If you look at accounting, that is by and large that what happens. You know how to journalize, you know how to post, you know how to balance, you know how to prepare a trial balance, profit and loss account, balance sheet, you know how to compute ratios. This recording, classification and computation is today taken care by technology. The industry needs people who can judge, who can infer, who can interpret, who can read the financial statements, and not who can prepare, which unfortunately we do not teach. You ask your learners to prepare your current ratio, current assets divided by current liability. You never ask them to infer the current ratio. You ask them to prepare the profit and loss account. You prepare the cash flow statement. Find out net present value. Find out profitability index. These computations are taken care by technology. Not that the computation is not required, but we need something beyond that. That growth which we need beyond that is what I'm trying to address over here by talking about tech embedded learning. Unless you keep your ears and eyes open, you will see someone sitting before you and doing things better than you. And that is going to become a big challenge for us. Now, there was a reference the chair was referring to people moving to other countries and all. That's quite natural. For us, what is more important is to see how we do what we best can do in terms of the learning, teaching, learning processes. So I would appeal to all of you primarily to look at the way we learn, look at the way we teach, look at the way we ponder, look at the way we internalize finance, accounting, and for that matter, all disciplines. Because in a tech-driven age, those who are learners specifically understand that the age of information is gone. 40 years back when I started my BCom, any concept you start learning, the learning was fundamentally anchored on concepts like meaning, origin, definition, explanation, benefits, that's it. And what is the examination going to ask? Define, state, what is, how it is, that's all. This is primarily information. Suppose I'm studying a concept called MBO. Maximum I need to know is who is the man behind MBO, Peter Drucker, which year, how did he define, and what is the benefits and things like that. Nobody is asking where MBO is implemented, how MBO is implemented, what are the cases of success and things like that, which is analytic and which is perspective. And some of the theories that we learn are not theories which can be plucked and planted somewhere. Its modified, adaptive, adopted versions are something which we can apply, which we need to understand. Say for example, I'll just put this example and I'll come to the presentation. Suppose I am an HR person and I am studying in a conventional university or college like this. I study theories of motivation. I'll start with Maslow's need hierarchy, and then I'll say there's McGregor's theory X or theory Y, Herzberg's two-factor theory. You finish all these theories, and if you dwell at the level of information, you are a good student or a good learner who has captured the theories and who has got the competence to reproduce the theories in the examination. You will pass the examination with A++ or what, O or whatever is the best grade. And imagine you become an HR manager somewhere. And at that point of time, there is a strike in the organization. Employees are frustrated. So the CEO will obviously invite the HR manager. HR manager is our former student, an alumni of our college. And he is asking this HR manager, say, I am not an expert in HR, you are an expert in HR, you got A++ or A, O or whatever, outstanding grade in HR. So now tell me what to do, how to motivate these people. So this student tells us, or tells his CEO, sir, according to Maslow, you must find out whether his basic needs are met or higher order needs are met. According to McGregor, you must classify him as X or Y. Or according to Herzberg, if you find out, you do whatever you want. If this is the answer, this HR person will lose the job that day. Now, it is a simple understanding that neither Herzberg or Maslow can directly be applied here, But the essence of those theories need to be condensed and customized to the situation that is demanding in that organization, which unfortunately comes through case studies and live projects, tech embedded learning, which we never touch upon. It is like somebody teaching a person the theories of swimming. Let us see, we have one paper in swimming. Then what happens? You will see there is a theory of swimming. We have pools with different dimension, this much ratios. We have different styles of swimming, butterfly stroke, black stroke, this stroke, that stroke and all. We'll ask our students to by heart the theories of swimming. Then you'll tell them to take 2 assignments in swimming. You make a presentation of a seminar in swimming. Then you write the examination in swimming and you'll finally pass with A++. But when you go to the industry, they will ask you only one question. My dear student, can you swim? If you cannot, rest of it is a waste. This is technology embedded learning, exposing you to the realities, real life conditions. If you look at the curriculum of an MBA program, a BCom program or a BBA program of any great institute in the country, and compare with that with any traditional or conventional universities which you have here, if you look at what is being taught in IIM MBA and what is being taught in MBA in our university, content-wise there is not much of a difference. What they teach there and learn there and what we teach and we learn here is almost same. But the difference is in the methodology of delivery. What they do is, after every module, they expose the students to the reality. Tell them that this is what happens. You finish your balance sheet, immediately you take them to a real balance sheet and tell them that this is how the balance sheet is prepared in this company. Now you look at the solvency position. You judge the impact of direct expense. This is what we do not do. We tell them that you forget about what is happening. In many things, we also talk about technology getting embedded in a theoretical form. I was looking at some material which was produced by one university on the use of computer package. And interestingly, the answers to that is in a written examination without seeing a computer. And how the student is writing, when you put this button, a screen like this will pop up without seeing the screen. You write yes there, this will come, and then you put something over there. And the student is learning this by heart. Screen will come up, I must put yes, and when yes is written, without seeing what is actually happening. So there are small things which can happen in a learning context. I'm not saying everything can happen. In my times, it was impossible to bring in a capital market platform into the classroom. Today, if now it is 10:15, I can show live trading on BSE or NSE in the classroom. In my times, it was difficult to show customized products in terms of discussion on a video in the classroom. Today, it is possible. That means linking up with reality, bringing financial statements, talking about IPOs which come in the market is today easy. Unless you look at realities and say that I know to reproduce the information, you will just become obsolete and disruptive. This is what I'm trying to put across. Now with this, I'll quickly start off with the presentation and then maybe 5 or 10 minutes we'll have a discussion. Can I use the... Yeah, I can change this here. So this is the opening slide. We're trying to look at quality of outcome because outcome is very important now. In higher education, we need to have a focused outcome. Technology embedded learning is talking about what happens to the end product. Judging the end product is not in terms of the results alone. You might have 90% pass, you might have 9%, because that is very easy today. We hardly find anybody who has not passed. And even the student at times wonders how that student passed. That is what is happening, because suddenly they were expecting 70 and you got 95. Neither the teacher knows nor the learner knows how 95 has happened, but you get 95. So it is not judged by that. If you look at NAC, if you look at all QS ranking, you look at all parameters, including NERF, it talks about what happens after passing. After you finish your BCom, after you finish your MCom, after you finish your MBA, where you got placed, who accepted you. So that's what is actually referred. You want to look at the outcome of teaching, learning, outcome of research and intellectual property, outcome in terms of employability, how many people got a job, how many people became entrepreneurs, how many people became accountants, how many people became entrepreneurs. These are all statistics over which you should ponder. You know the discipline in which we teach entrepreneurship the most? That is commerce. We have a startup ecosystem in our campus, business incubation and startups. 83 startups are functioning over there, only one in commerce. All the startups are primarily driven by engineers, computer science people. They don't teach entrepreneurship. We started teaching entrepreneurship, full paper, risk-taking, traits of an entrepreneur, and the students decide not to become an entrepreneur. And there is one more danger. If at all a student somewhere says that, sir, I have an idea to start such and such business, the teacher will say, don't, be very, very careful. All startups in the past have failed. This is our entrepreneurship. We teach risk-taking, but you see something, the minimum risk taken is by those who have learned risk-taking. Those who have not learned risk-taking still take some risk. They don't. So what I'm trying to say is, are we transforming or are we translating? We teach trading in demat accounts. We hardly see any student with a demat account. A demat account and trading can happen even with a share of 100 rupees or 50 rupees. The amount is even less than what you use on your mobile charge, but nobody will do that. We talk crossing about a check without seeing a check. We talk about IFS, we talk about MICR, nobody sees any of these things. So we have to look at output in terms of employee. Then when they see, when they understand, when they involve, when they become party to that, there is a transformation, which is the output. Next one. Now having systems in place where your processes, what are the processes? I'm now trying to put this in an education perspective. Your processes are your teaching, learning, which we are now talking about. The teaching, your processes, which are guided towards desired outcomes. So first we need to have what you want this BCom or BBA or MCom student to be. Do you want them to get employment? Do you want them to become industry ready? Do you want them to become entrepreneurs? Do you want them to become professionals? Then you have to do certain things which are guided processes. Next one. Look at this. Systems with supportive processes will give you outcomes. So we need to have systems in place. One such system is what we are discussing in this. Teaching, learning with technology embedded. One system. Many other systems are there. So we need to have these systems in place. We need to see the processes in terms of how it supports what we want the learner to be. This is not only for the teacher, even the student must take advantage of the system. Don't see your end to be just the examination. After the examination, what you want to be, that should happen from this. Next one. Now you look at any organization, let it be producing cars, producing refrigerators, health, hospitals, educational institutions, they are all actually systems. And you know the most common place where we use the word system is computers. Right? Am I right? Computers. Because computer has what? Computer has input, process, output. Input devices, you know, your mouse, your keyboard, input devices. Then there is a central processor. There is an output. Your printer is an output. So it has input, output processes. Now, this institution or HEIs, higher education institutions for that matter, is a system. They take They take input. What is the input? Students, teachers, funds. These are all inputs. So that you are taking, suppose this you're talking about Marthoma College, you take +2 students as input, you take some teachers as input, and you have processes. What are the processes? Teaching, learning, your internal assessment, your assignment, your seminars, your practicals, your industrial visit, conferences like this. These are all processes. And output. What is the output? You will become BCom, MCom, MBA, whatever. So this is the output. I think this is very clear. Now my question is very simple. How do you look at the success of the system? System is very simple. It is taking students, putting them through certain processes, teaching, learning and all for 6 semesters. Now we are going to have 4-year UG. So far it is 3-year UG. So 6 semesters teaching, learning, assignments, seminars, and then after 6 semesters, 3 years, graduates. And you are giving them output. Now, how will you look at the success of the system? Anybody? How will you know whether your system is successful? Is it because of the 98% results that you got in BCom? Is it because of the very high pass percentage? How will you look at the success of output? Let me take another example. Maruti Udyog Limited is producing cars. They take raw materials, iron, steel. They manufacture cars, processes manufacturing cars. They create cars. Output. How will you look at whether it is successful or not? If you can also say something, it will be a bit interactive. How will you say whether Maruti Udyog Limited is successful in their process or not? They are producing cars. Pardon? How will you know whether they are successful or not? They are producing cars. Anybody? They are willing to sell. They produce cars and saying all these cars, lakhs of cars are ready for sale. How do you know it's successful or not? When there is sales or when the customer is accepting the product, right? That means when the output becomes the input of a follow-on system. Maruti Udyog Limited created cars. It was meant for the market, the customers. When the customers accept it, Maruti's system is successful. Clear? This is true for all systems across the globe. That means we are not just creating outputs without any meaning, without any substance, without any life, without any purpose. It is with a definite purpose, with a definite plan that it is created. This is also a spiritual philosophy which is talked about both in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Bhagavad Gita. You find this common, that every person is being created with some purpose. Just like that, every graduate is created with some purpose. Output is with some purpose. That purpose is to be acceptable to the next system. What is the next system? Employment, industry, startup, professional bodies. That means this graduates must be acceptable to the industry, or they must become their own, they must have their own startups, or they must move into higher learning, MCom, research. And the pace or the speed with which this acceptance happens indicates the success of the system. That is why you say now there was, like madam was referring to students moving abroad. I was just looking into one of the universities where these students are going. In Canada, they are talking about a university which says before starting a program like BCom or BBA, you must tell the outside world what is the outcome of this BCom or BBA. Are you creating them for employment or are you creating them for whatever you state? It must be attained within 6 months of passing the results. If your results are out on July 1 in one academic year, within 6 months, what you said your BCom students will attain, it should be attained. Just imagine, are we doing any of these things? Are we at all fixing outcomes? Are we trying to, it is not impossible, it is possible. It's not big things. There are numerous micro enterprise options in our country. Hardly any takeoff. So there are small things, big things, some employment which is possible. The output must become acceptable to the next system. And for that, technology has a huge option, which I'm trying to talk about. Next one. So look at this output to input relationship. Output of one system becoming the input of another system. This is not only in human life. You look at nature, you look at environment, you will see this. This is the concept of biodegradability. Your plastic, you give it an output, that waste. It is not getting absorbed by the next system. It is a permanent headache. So all outputs which are not acceptable to the next system will turn out to be a waste, will turn out to be a problem, will backfire. So that is what it is saying. So we have to link the systems, both forward linkage and backward linkage. What is this forward linkage? From your BCom to the industry, from your BCom to higher learning, from your BCom to startups, from your BCom to entrepreneurship, forward. What is a backward linkage? Your higher secondary. Your college must keep track of what is happening at the +2 level and what is happening at the school level, backward linkage, and what needs to happen after BCom, forward linkage. Next one. I'm just moving a bit fast because of paucity of time. This is one thing which we can deliberate over in a full day with papers and cases, analyzing what happens, how it happens, but we have only 1 hour. What is a paradigm shift? Shift is from teaching to learning. In fact, there's no more teaching now. Even a teacher is a learner. I cannot say that everything that I teach is things which, everything that I teach has got nothing to do which I learned. That is the first thing. 40 years back, I started with capital market when they had outcried mode. There was no IPO, there was no online trading, there was no demat account, there was no internet banking. So I am saying in the classroom, I have studied, I got my MCom marks with all these things, which I cannot teach now. Not only that, certain things which was 1 year old perhaps might not be there now. Technology is fast changing. So teacher is also a learner. When the student gives certain things as feedback, certain things as case related from technology which has come up, a YouTube video, a capturing platform, a database, teacher also learns. So there is nothing like teaching to learning and learning to learn. So we all learn together. We cannot expect somebody to be a top learner. And we are no more transmitters of information. But the only thing is the student must be equipped at that line. I'll just give you one example. I was talking about MBO. What UGC is now saying is that you need not tell the student the origin of MBO, the definition of MBO, the meaning of MBO, which is all theoretical information. You need not tell them. You tell your students that tomorrow we are going to discuss the applications of MBO. And students will come prepared. I'll also have some cases and we'll discuss. But when I come to the class the next day, the student is asking which definition, who said. Now what has happened? Again we are going back to information. Because the information part, which we believe the student will have, and the teacher adding technology is not possible because the student is still not, information is on your fingertips. That's what you are all young boys and girls, you have to tell them. Everybody has information on their fingertips. But that fingertips might not be used for MBO. Something else might be happening on the fingertips. So we have that challenge even now. But the idea is, you just tell these learners that this is the information which you need to have tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you definition, meaning and all. I'm not going to tell you the journalizing debit credit rules. That you look on your own. I'll be talking about preparation and analysis. So the rest must be with you. So that is learning to learn. Inspiring and promoting creative thoughts with critical thinking. Why? Why should we do like that? See, in outcome-based education, there are 3 domains. I'll just quickly go through it. There is something called cognition. When a theory is given, MBO, you start thinking, mind. And if you think deep, you get affected. You get affected. Now you have to think whether you get affected. Suppose I'm telling you that on the debit side you write 2. And on the credit side you write, what do you write? Buy. Is anybody getting affected? Are you getting a feeling, why should we write 2? Why can't we write something else? Generally, we don't get affected. That is one thing fortunate with our generation now. You say anything, nobody's getting affected. So in everything, there is this problem is there. One more example I'll give you quick. In your finance, you learn about relevance and irrelevance theory together. Only thing is, one day you will learn relevance and tomorrow you will start learning irrelevance. First day the teacher comes and says, dividend policy. There is a theory called relevance. You declare dividend, value of the share will go up. So there is assumptions, proof, theory given. Walter's model, Gordon's model, so on and so forth. You finish that, the next day teacher is saying, relevance is over. Now we are going to discuss irrelevance. And they are saying, you declare dividend, value may go on, may not go. There will be no change. Modigliani and Miller. You got it? Now 40 years back, when I was a student, I had a doubt Why are we learning both these things? Either it should be relevant or it should be irrelevance. So I went to the staff room and I asked my teacher, what actually happens? Is it relevance or irrelevance? Because one day you said dividend declared, value of the firm will go up. Next day you're saying dividend declared, value of the firm will be constant. Which is actually correct? And you know the answer that I got was very simple. You don't bother about all those things. In the examination, either relevance will be asked or irrelevance will be asked. If relevance is asked, you write like this. If irrelevance is asked, you write like that. That's all. See, the issue is both these theories depend upon situations which we are not bringing to the classroom. That's what I'm repeatedly saying. But students must get affected. Why are we learning both these things? Why are we talking about this in this form? There are a number of cases where we have a session called Commerce Domain Relevance, where we talk about hundreds and hundreds of examples like this, which somebody does not understand why you teach. I'll give one more example because I'm trying to provoke interest in students who are now with me. Journalizing journal entries for shares. Companies issuing share of this much rupees, 20 rupees. Have you heard about that? 5 rupees application, 10 rupees allotment, 5 rupees first call, 10 rupees second call. Then one shareholder failed to pay the second call. His share was forfeited and reissued at some price. Have you heard a story like this? You heard about it. Does this happen anywhere in the world? Have you ever pondered whether this happens anywhere? This was relevant at one point of time. Today under the IPO system, it's not relevant. But for teaching purpose, to bring about the theory, you'll have to put this across. I'm not saying the theory is irrelevant. But at the same time, you must link with reality. That happens through technology. Otherwise, student is under the impression that shares come 5 rupees application, 10 rupees allotment, 5 rupees first call, 10 rupees second call. Then one shareholder is not paying second call. It never happens in that form. So theories are very important. They require customized application, which is very, very rare. So inspiring them and making critical thinking, you must get affected. If you look at all inventions in the world, all the inventions that have taken place in the world, you look at Newton, you look at Marie Curie, how they went into, I have no time to dwell it at. You see how they got affected. You know how they got affected? Only one thing is there. Theory inside, you internalize the theory with the cognition and you look outside. Newton internalized the theories of objects being attracted to the earth. And when he was sitting under a tree, he observed an apple getting detached. That was how gravitation theory got in. How many of us observe things around us? Why the capital market is coming down? It is a falling apple. Why the economy is going like this? Why micro enterprises are not succeeding? Or why certain people are becoming good entrepreneurs? Why accounting features are changing in this form? What is the basic relevance of this disclosure practice under a particular financial? Falling apples. So this is very, very important. It's like, even another example I can give you, Earth moving around the sun and the sun moving around the Earth. Which is moving? Or both are moving? What is that you have studied? Earth moves around the sun. Was it taught like that initially in the classroom? No. Pre-telescopic period. There was a time when the theory was the other way around. Sun moves around the earth. And a student had a doubt. These are the students during those days who had their inventions and discoveries who were sent out of the class. Not because they had doubt, but because the teachers could not clarify their doubts. So one student said, sir, this is wrong. Just imagine a theory being discussed in the classroom by a teacher and a student standing up and saying with conviction that, sir, this is wrong. When I was looking at this, I was wondering how fortunate we are now. Any theory you say, students will say, very good. No doubt at all. You tell your student, sir, earth moves around the sun, student will say, very nice. Next day you tell your student, sir, yesterday I went wrong, sun moves around the earth, student will say, very, very nice. Third day you're saying both the theories are wrong, half the time sun moves and half the time moons. Then the student has one doubt. You know what the doubt is? Not about the theory, sir, what should we write in the examination? Let the earth move or the sun move or whatever move. I want to know what should be written in the examination, they are not affected. That is affective domain. Somebody says something, you are getting affected by that. That is what we are talking about, critical thinking. Next one. So we are using this new ideas. Deep thinking should come up. Why? Why this is happening? Why this is happening? And that happens only when you look at context. Otherwise, deep thinking will not come. When you study MBO, you try to look at one company where MBO is applying, or one case where a company has used it, or one example of a balance sheet. You talk about horizontal, vertical balance sheet. How many of you have seen horizontal, vertical balance sheet? Take your Google search, bring a balance sheet to the classroom and say, this is an example of horizontal, this is an example of vertical. Now you get affected. Show them what is the primary packing, show them what's the secondary packing, show them an IPO in real context. It was not possible long back. With technology, it is possible now, you can bring it. So deep thinking will come only when you relate to context. You're talking about entrepreneurship. Tell them 10 entrepreneurs who are successful, one entrepreneur who failed. Now they understand contextual. Now this is possible in a virtual mode as well as in a physical. Even a physical mode, like only thing is there, I might have to bring in cutouts, charts. Now I'll be looking videos and I'll be looking at an LMS. So technology enhances access to resources. We have number of beautiful resources. Which, say, I'll just talk about one thing. We are talking about financial accounting. When I'm taking accounting, I'm just writing judgment using balance sheet. You will see a host of materials coming up. Go through them, select one and try to bring it to the classroom. So resources are huge. You want to see how the new version of Tally is talking about analysis. You can do it. Your resources are huge. You want to see how Bloomberg has done an analysis. Bloomberg is a database. Subscribing to the database might be costly, but part of the data you can get it. Provost has got it. eViews have got it. So resources are huge where realities can be brought to the class. Simulation is possible. What is a simulation? Your GST you're learning, finance, or income tax you're learning. In my times, we learned 5 heads of income. These are the deductionary heads, then you get gross total income. Today I can directly log into the website. Website can be seen by all students. And it is exactly a replica of what you do in real life filing. Technology. For GST it is available. Even students' learning model is available. Dummy models are available. For GST you can do it. For financial market you can do it. For DMAT account you can do it. For mutual funds you can do it. So all these things, how it happens in the industry can be simulated in the classroom. That is tech embedded learning. Real-time data and situations are enlivened. You're giving life to real data situation. When we do research, financial literacy, you're talking about the number of people who have accounts in one village. You have real-time data for the entire country. Why do you want to take one village? All data on several facts, savings, income, use, market share, lots of data, real-time data is available in databases. So all database on banking, you can see from RBI. All data in the capital market, you can get from SEBI database. But we have to keep our ears and eyes open into that. And instead of using obsolete old data, let us use live data for the assignments and for the classroom situations. Next one. Now, how to becoming creative in teaching and learning. How to become creative? How do you become creative? It is basically teaching with an objective to support curiosity. And we are trying to promote transformation in the learner. The Canada example that I gave you makes substantial investment in teaching learning outcomes. You know why? The teacher is teaching with a clear picture that, suppose I'm teaching accounting, I must ensure that my learner becomes an accountant. If I'm teaching ratios, he should be able to interpret ratios, because if he doesn't get a job, I'm going to be responsible. So, but here we have no responsibility and we have no accountability. We are only concerned about pass. You should pass the examination. For that, just recollection is okay. So that is where we are talking about. We are trying to look at transformation. Creating interest, how do you create interest? Interest comes actually from attention and question. In marketing, there is a concept called AIDA. A-I-D-A. A stands for attention. You must capture attention. Then attention must get transformed into interest. Interest must get transformed into desire. And desire must get transformed into action, that is order. The classic example is that of this traveling salesman. The traveling salesmen who come and knock at your door selling different products. I think many of you might have seen. You know how they are trained? Suppose somebody comes to your home, they will ring the calling bell. You will come out. What will that person say? Anybody? Suppose I am coming from a, say, vacuum cleaner. I am going to introduce a vacuum cleaner. So I am door to door selling. One house I go. I press the bell. Then what will happen? Question I press the bell, then what will happen? That is easy for you. Then what will happen? If you press the bell, what will happen? Somebody will come. Then what will that person ask? Who are you? Then he'll say that I am from such and such, Eureka Forbes, vacuum cleaner. Then what will you say? Suppose you're the salesman. Will you ask, Madam, vacuum cleaner vano? Choikyo. Will you ask a question like that? No. Why? He will never ask a question like that. He is trained not to ask a question like that. Why? If you ask vacuum cleaner vano, what will be the answer? Vanda, kalnu, close. So he will never give space for an answer which is no. He must always get an answer which is yes. Now how can he make an answer which is yes? He is going to sell vacuum cleaner. This housewife or whoever in that house, he is not interested in purchase. He just came out on listening to the bell. So how will you create interest? You know what he'll ask? If you have seen their experience. നമ്മുടെ വീടൊക്കെ വൃത്തിയായിട്ടിരിക്കേണ്ടതല്ലേ? എന്താണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ ആൻസർ? അല്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? യെസ്. ഇവിടെ പൊടിയില്ലേ? ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ലൈവ് എക്സാം കണ്ടോ? He'll just look at his finger. He will take the floor like this. കണ്ടോ? Dust. ഇത് ഡസ്റ്റ് അല്ലേ? അല്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ആണ്. ഇത് വൃത്തിയായിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആരോഗ്യം ഉണ്ടാവില്ലേ? ഉണ്ടാകും. ആഫ്റ്റർ ഡൂയിങ് ദിസ് he'll say ഞാനൊരു ചെറിയ ഡെമോൺസ്ട്രേഷൻ കാണാം. വാങ്ങണ്ട, കണ്ടാൽ മാത്രം മതി. And then throughout his break, see, attention to interest. How does interest come? He is eliciting a question. ഞാൻ ഈ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ in the process of my questioning, somewhere down I must elicit a question. ഇങ്ങനെ ഇത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യൂ? Is it successful? That is interest. Interest must be transformed into desire. So that is same thing that is happening in your teaching learning. I bring a live platform of a capital market trading into the classroom. I show the way the quotations are moving up and down. I bring in the dancing indices over a period of time. It creates interest. Somebody asks a question. That interest has to be. So it can come in different forms, which I'll tell you so. Then you're trying to impart confidence. What is that imparting confidence? You can create a difference. You can learn and grow. Everybody can learn and grow. Because this technology is not very costly, it's very accessible, it can be used, but it is only whether you use it or not. Anybody can use it. Even when I'm putting this lecture to you, there are many ways through which you can look at it. Encouraging new ideas, out of the box thinking. And what is this? You're bringing to the classroom through technology embedded form, events, illustrations, cases presented live. You can talk about videos, you can talk about websites. When I'm talking about financial literacy, or when I'm talking about banking parameters, internet banking, I'm directly taking to the RBI website, which is possible in the classroom. Projector and a thing like this, I can just connect it and I can just show you the banking statistics. I can show you what the SLR is, what the CRR is, and you see for that yourself. So websites, videos, you have trading platforms. You can look into Zerodha, you can look into different platforms and see how the prices are moving, how quotes come. We were having an interview the last time where we asked a very simple question to a candidate. If you look at Economic Times or Business Line, share price at the end of a day is given something like this. 918, 940, 920, and then last one line, 4 or 5 figures. What does this mean? And we didn't get an answer. ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സർവീസസ്, ക്യാപിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റ്, സ്പെഷ്യലൈസേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂവിന് വരുന്ന ആൾക്ക് കൊട്ടേഷൻ്റെ വാല്യൂ അറിയില്ല. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ പാത്തറ്റിക് സ്റ്റിക്. കാരണം എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മളിത് കാണുന്നില്ല. ഗെറ്റിംഗ് എ കൊട്ടേഷൻ ത്രൂ എ വെബ്സൈറ്റ്, through the trading platform is very easy. So that is why you're talking about technology embedded learning. Now, the what and why of teaching and learning. Not only in teaching and learning, in anything and everything that happens in your life, there is a what, and there is also a why, including now what is happening. Now what is happening? Now what is happening in this room? അതും അറിയില്ലേ? Now what is happening in this room? A lecture is going on, right? അപ്പോൾ I am speaking about technology embedded learning. This is an answer to what? Suppose somebody is asking you, what are you doing? I am saying, I am teaching or I am delivering a presentation on technology embedded learning. That is what? But the crucial question is, why? Why? In many of our sessions that we do, seminar is over, then participants come and say, സാറേ സെഷനൊക്കെ വളരെ നന്നായിട്ടോ, വളരെ നന്നായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഇനി ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്? അതൊന്നും സംഭവിക്കുന്നില്ല, പഴയതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ലൈക്ക് ആ സ്പിരിച്വാലിറ്റി. റിച്വൽസ് ആർ പെർഫോംഡ്, നത്തിങ് ഹാപ്പൻസ്. ദ ഒബ്ജക്റ്റീവ് ഹിയർ ഇസ് വൈ. വൈ ആണ് വോട്ടിനെ ശക്തമാക്കുന്നത്. I am delivering this to see that at least one of the 100 things that I am telling here is practiced in the classroom. That is why I want this. I want it for transformation. So if the why is strong, the what becomes strong. That is what is it. Content addresses what? Today I am going to teach you Java. Today I am going to teach you mutual fund operations. What? You must also tell the learner why. Why Java is important? Why capital market is important? Why portfolio theories are important? Why should we analyze security analysis? Why are we learning relevance theory? Why are we studying capital structure? So content is addressing only what? Creativity promotes why. And for the learner, what am I learning? And for the teacher, what am I actually delivering? And for the learner, why am I learning? That why is giving an answer. I am learning to do something. I am learning to acquire a skill. I am learning to understand the reality. I am learning to empower myself. That is the content that comes out from this. Next one. Get the learner to focus on the theme and the teacher also on that. Physical mode, you're having a classroom setting. Virtual mode, screen with a beautiful picture on the concept. That itself is a big learning. കുട്ടികളോട് ആകെ പറയുന്നത് എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? Today I am going to tell you entrepreneurship. Today we are going to discuss accounting. അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്ങിന് ഏറ്റവും മനോഹരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്പണിംഗ് സ്ക്രീൻ കൊടുക്കാവുന്ന ഒരു പിക്ചർ. അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്ങിൻ്റെ പ്രോസസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാലോ, ജേർണലൈസിങ്, ബാലൻസിങ്, അങ്ങനെ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. ഇതിനെല്ലാം കണ്ടൻസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ രത്ന ചുരുക്കം ഒരു ചിത്രമായിട്ട് ഒരു ഓപ്പണിംഗ് സ്ലൈഡായിട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരിക. ദ ലേണിംഗ് ഇസ് സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് വണ്ടർഫുൾ. കാരണം ഒരുപാട് ആലോചിച്ചാലേ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ 2 ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സിൻ്റെ 2 ട്രേറ്റ് ഒരു ഓപ്പണിംഗ് സ്ലൈഡായിട്ട് കാണിക്കുക. ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ഹൗ ദ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഇസ്. The last traded securities with the maximum capital, the market valuation, bring that as an opening slide. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബോംബെ സ്റ്റോക്ക് എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച്, നാഷണൽ സ്റ്റോക്ക് എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച്, നിഫ്റ്റിയും സെൻസെക്സ് തമ്മിലുള്ള ഒരു കമ്പാരിസൺ, ഒരു പെർ ഡേ ഓപ്പണിംഗ് സ്ലൈഡ്. ലുക്ക് ഹൗ ദ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് അൺഫോൾഡ്സ്. ഇതാണ് എൻ്റെ ചുരുക്കം. യോർ സ്കിൽ ഇസ് നോട്ട് ഇൻ മേക്കിംഗ് തിങ്സ് ലാർജ്. അസൈൻമെന്റ് എഴുതുമ്പോൾ 10 പേജ് 15 പേജ്. Your skill is in condensing the crux of what you are learning. അതിൻ്റെ ചുരുക്കം ഇതാണ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റണം. That is what technology is doing. Virtual mode, screen with a beautiful place of concept. A question. ഒറ്റ ചോദ്യം. ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിന് മാത്രം ഉത്തരം കണ്ടാൽ മതി നിങ്ങൾ. ഞാനിവിടെ 10 ടെക്നോളജി 10 വിഷയം പറഞ്ഞു. ഏതിലായിരിക്കും ഞാൻ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്? An issue which we are now facing. Decline in the capital market. FII is withdrawing. A local entrepreneur who failed, somebody who did not get his loan sanctioned. These are all issues which can come up. You give a creative start. അങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന സമയത്ത് അങ്ങനെയല്ല ഞങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. Suppose I am saying banking, ഇവിടെ പറയും banking is what is banking? Banking is the process of accepting with one hand and lending with another hand. ബാങ്കിൽ ഡെപ്പോസിറ്റ്, നമ്മൾ തിയറിറ്റിക്കലി മാത്രമാണ് പോകുന്നത്. You look at all the YouTubes on MOOCs, technology embedded. ഒരാളും ഡെഫിനേഷനും മീനിങ്ങും തിയറിയും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടല്ല തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. They talk about issue, they talk about a question, they talk about an example, ഒരു എന്നിട്ട് അതിനെ അൺഫോൾഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് പിന്നെ ഡെഫിനേഷനൊക്കെ വരുന്നത്. Even in a balance sheet, they don't start with journalizing. They say ഒരു എൻഡ് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ പൊസിഷൻ ഒരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിൻ്റെ കാണിക്കുന്നത് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. അവരുടെ ഇത്ര ആസ്തികളുണ്ട്, ഇത്ര ബാധ്യതകളുണ്ട്, this much assets, this much liability. Now how did this come? This came through this form. പുറകോട്ട് പോവാണ്. Look at the methodology. ആദ്യം ഒരു ഇൻക്വിസിറ്റീവ് ലോഞ്ച് കൊടുക്കാണ്, and then you work backwards to create interest. That happens through technology. Next one, attention and span of attention. Now you have been listening to me for എത്ര സമയമായി? Around I think more than 1 hour. ഏകദേശം 1 മണിക്കൂറായി. Do you have that span of attention to listen to me for that time? കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ തോന്നില്ലേ, ഇതെന്തായി കുറേ സമയമായില്ല തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട്, എപ്പോഴാണ് നിർത്തുന്നത്? അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിൻ്റെ സിഗ്നലാണ് ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ നോക്കുന്നത്. നിർത്താറായില്ലേ, പോവാറായില്ലേ എന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിക്കുന്ന സാർ. അത് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ്, ഈ നമ്മൾ ഇൻട്രൊഡക്ഷൻ കൊടുക്കില്ലേ, ആദ്യത്തെ ബയോഡാറ്റ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ 30 കൊല്ലം പഠിപ്പിച്ചിരുന്നു, 30 PhD പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ചിലരുടെ മനസ്സിൽ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാറായില്ലേ, അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പോൾ വി ആർ ടോക്കിംഗ് അപ്പോൾ. സോ സ്പാൻ ഓഫ് അറ്റൻഷൻ ജനറലി ഈസ് ഓൺലി വെരി ബ്രീഫ്. കുറച്ച് സമയത്തേക്ക് ശരിക്കും ഒരാൾക്ക് സയൻറ്റിഫിക്കലി ഒരാശയത്തെ പറ്റി ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇറ്റ്സ് ജനറലി സ്മോൾ. Now how do you do to enhance it? 20-30 minutes നോർമലി ഉള്ളൂ. You have to change your style of communication. You have to talk about some examples. You have to move into an illustrative mode. അതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. Ask questions on what was on. Reflect upon the said ideas. ഇത് ശരിക്കും ടെക്നോളജിയിൽ വളരെ ഈസിയാണ് if you are using technology embedded. കാരണം കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഞാനൊരു വീഡിയോ കാണിക്കുകയാണ്, കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഞാനൊരു സ്റ്റോക്കിൻ്റെ ട്രേഡിൻ്റെ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ പോയത് കാണിക്കുകയാണ്, കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഞാനൊരു കമ്പനിയുടെ കറണ്ട് റേഷ്യോ മൂവ് ചെയ്ത് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് കാണിക്കുകയാണ്. സോ സഡൻലി യുവർ സ്പാൻ ഓഫ് അറ്റൻഷൻ ഗെറ്റ്സ് എൻഹാൻസ്ഡ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ, നൗ ഹൗ ഡു വി ക്രിയേറ്റ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ്? നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ദീസ് ആർ ദ മെത്തേഡ്സ്, സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് മെത്തേഡ്സ് ത്രൂ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ്. ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ സംഭവിച്ചു, ഇത്രയും ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ GDP ഇങ്ങനെ വളർന്നു, ഇത്രയും ട്രേഡ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ഇത്ര ലാഭം ഉണ്ടായി. ഐ എം ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ്. ഐ എം ഗിവിംഗ് എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് using technology. I am using teaching aids. Even without technology, you can use teaching aids. You look at one IPO content in a textbook. In a textbook will be around 15 pages. ഒരു സംശയം വേണ്ട. IPOയുടെ മീനിങ്, IPOയുടെ ഡെഫിനിഷൻ, ലോവസ്റ്റ് പ്രൈസ്, ഹയസ്റ്റ് പ്രൈസ്, ആസ്ബ, ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് ബാങ്കർ, മർച്ചൻറ്റ് ബാങ്കർ, അണ്ടർ റൈറ്റേഴ്സ് എല്ലാം കൂടി കോൺസെപ്ച്വലി 15 പേജ് ഉണ്ടാവും. ഏറ്റവും അവസാനം ഇറങ്ങിയ ഒരു IPO, ഈവൻ ടെക്നോളജിയും വിടുക, അതിൻ്റെ ആഡ് പേപ്പറിലൊക്കെ ബിസിനസ് ലൈനിലൊക്കെ വരുള്ളൂ, അത് ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നാൽ അത് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്താൽ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി ഓൺലി എ 2 പേജ്. ഒറ്റ ഉദാഹരണം കൊണ്ട് ലോ പ്രൈസ്, ഹൈ പ്രൈസ്, പ്രൈസ് ബാൻഡ്, ആസ്ബ concept can be conveyed. That is what we are talking about teaching aid. There was a wonderful example which I still remember during my times, 35 years back, where a teacher used a toothpaste and tried to project primary packing, secondary packing with a simple example. കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒരു ചെക്ക് ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് ആ ചെക്ക് ബാങ്കർ, പേയി, ഡ്രോയർ, പോസ്റ്റ് ഡേറ്റഡ്, MICR, IFS, ഒറ്റ ചെക്കിൻ്റെ കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എല്ലാ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സും ക്ലിയർ ആവും. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് സിങ്കിങ് ഇൻ ടു യുവർ മൈൻഡ്. പക്ഷെ ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ അറിയോ? ഡ്രോയിങ് 2 lines അക്രോസ് ദ ഫേസ് ഓഫ് എ ചെക്ക് ഇസ് കോൾഡ് ക്രോസിങ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് എന്താ ക്രോസിങ്, ആർക്കാ ക്രോസിങ്, എന്തിനാ ക്രോസിങ് ഒന്നും പറഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. പക്ഷെ മാർക്ക് ഫുള്ള് കിട്ടി. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ആകെ അറിയാവുന്ന എന്താ, ഡ്രോയിങ് 2 lines അക്രോസ് ദ ഫേസ് ഇസ് കോൾഡ് ക്രോസിങ്. നമ്മൾ ബാക്കിൽ ചില ഒപ്പിടും. എന്തിനാ ബാക്കിൽ ഒപ്പിടുന്ന ഒരു പിടുത്തമില്ല. ബെയറർ, ഓർഡർ. വി ഹാവ് ദിസ് പ്രോബ്ലം ബിക്കോസ് ഈ ബാങ്കിങ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് BCom കഴിഞ്ഞു, MCom കഴിഞ്ഞു, ദ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് കംസ് ഫോർ ദ PG. അപ്പോൾ സ്കോളർഷിപ്പ് ഡയറക്റ്റ്ലി ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്യാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളോട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്, സാർ ഈ ചെക്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒപ്പിട്ടാൽ മതിയോ അങ്ങനെ ഒപ്പിട്ടാൽ മതിയോ? അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കും, നിങ്ങൾ ഡ്രോയിങ് 2 lines സെക്കൻഡ് BCom പഠിച്ചതല്ലേ? അത് സാറേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഫുൾ മാർക്കാണ്. വെറുതെ നമ്മളങ്ങനെ പാണക്കാടാക്കിയിട്ട് യു ആർ റൈറ്റിംഗ് ദാറ്റ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വാട്ട് ഇസ് ടോക്ക്ഡ് അബൌട്ട് ടീച്ചിങ് എയ്ഡ്സ്. ദെൻ always reflect upon past, present, future scenario. That is where I talked about your accounting. Accounting at one point of time was process, journalizing, posting, rules, debit. Today it has shifted from process to application. At one point of time, computation was very important. Current ratio compute ചെയ്യുക, acid test ratio compute ചെയ്യുക, NPV compute ചെയ്യുക. Today, computation important is analysis and inference. Present. Future, what will be the world like? What is AI going to do in accounting? What is machine learning going to do in finance? What is fintech going to do in financial services? ഒരുപക്ഷെ ബാങ്കും മ്യൂച്വൽ ഫണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ പോലും കാണില്ല. You will have only fintech. This is the future. Are you developing a competency to convey that this is what it was in the past, this is what it is today, and this is where it is likely to move in future? That is what is talked about. Now, stating in brief why what we are learning is transformative. Getting questions on what will be unraveled. And all this comes from interactive smart technology. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ വീഡിയോസ്, LMS, examples, illustrations, platforms, database use, it can all illustrate to that. Next one. Now, curiosity. Let the content be conveyed and promote. Why? ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു. This can happen only if understanding is deep. എപ്പോഴാണ് സംശയം ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത്? മനസ്സിലായി കഴിയുമ്പോഴാണ്. മനസ്സിലായിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ആർക്കും ഒരു സംശയവും. Earth moves around the sun. വളരെ നന്നായി. Suppose I am telling you, you go 10,000 feet above the sea level, the temperature is minus 50 degrees centigrade. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. Is there anybody who has a doubt? ഞാൻ പറയാണ് 10,000 അടി മുകളിലേക്ക് പോയാൽ the temperature becomes minus 40 degrees centigrade. Is there anybody who has a doubt? ആർക്കും ഒരു സംശയമില്ല. എന്താ കാരണം എന്നറിയോ? ആർക്കും ഇതിനെ പറ്റിയിട്ടൊന്നും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ഹൈറ്റും ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ തമ്മിലുള്ള ബന്ധം എനിക്കും അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ in that way teachers are also rather fortunate because we know ഈ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ പാർട്ട് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലല്ലേ ആഡ് ഓൺ പാർട്ടിൽ പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പറയാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ പാർട്ട് അവിടെ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ എന്ത് മണ്ടത്തരവും പറയാം. സോ in fact there are some learners who are making the teachers less talented. There are learners who can add significant talent to the teacher. The way you question, the way you come prepared with the technology embedded part, that will impart greater learning. So next one. So make the basic idea clear and go on in that form. Now next one, yeah. Now acquire confidence and impart confidence. Teaching, learning, technology embedded. I must be confident on what I'm saying. Only then I can impart confidence. If I am not sure about what I am saying, there will always be a doubt in the learner. അതാണ് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് സ്റ്റാഫ് റൂമിൽ ചെന്നപ്പോൾ റെലവൻസ് ചോദിച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെ എഴുതിയാൽ മതി, റെലവൻസ് ചോദിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ എഴുതിയാൽ മതി. എൻ്റെ പാട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞു. So we must have confidence. And how does that confidence come? I have looked into the last day's data. I have verified from the company's annual reports. I have had the database of RBI with me and I am having that figures with me. I am speaking with conviction. Now I am confident. And the way I am putting it across, it gives confidence to the learner as well. So let the learner learn with confidence and positive thoughts. Our idea is to impart positive thoughts. എനിക്കും പറ്റും, ഞാനും വിജയിക്കും, എനിക്കിത് പരീക്ഷിക്കാം. അല്ലാതെ ഇങ്ങനെ റിസ്ക് ടേക്കിംഗ് എന്നൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞേക്കട്ടെ, ഈ പണിക്കൊന്നും പോകണ്ട കേട്ടോ. വി ആർ ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് ഡിമാറ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ട് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഡിമാറ്റ് ഒന്നും നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ തൽക്കാലം ഒന്നും ചെയ്യേണ്ട, ഷെയർ ഒന്നും എടുക്കരുത്. ക്യാപിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റൊക്കെ ആകെ പോക്കാം. ക്യാപിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രസക്തിയെ പറ്റി പഠിച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് മറിച്ച് പറയാം. ഇതൊക്കെ ബുക്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ പലതും പറയും. ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ ആവാൻ്റെ വലിയ വലിയ ആൾക്കാർ അബ്ദുൽ കലാമൊക്കെ സ്വപ്നം കാണാൻ പറയും. നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ രാത്രി കിടക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്വപ്നം കണ്ടിട്ട് നേരം വെളുക്കുമ്പോൾ വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്തു. സോ വി ആർ ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻസ്. It's not that you are going to be in a problem-free world. You will have problems. But we have to talk about the implementability, the positivity, the optimistic part of it which has to be carried through. Your positive energy will impart confidence. നമ്മൾ തന്നെ സംശയത്തോടു കൂടി പറയാണ്. ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പിനൊക്കെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞ് ഒരു കുട്ടി ചോദിക്കുക, സാറേ ഞാനൊരു മൈക്രോ എൻ്റർപ്രൈസ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിൽ തുടങ്ങട്ടെ. ഇവിടുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞ ബാച്ചിൽ 2 പഠിച്ചിട്ട് ഇപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെ താരപ്പറ നടക്കുക. ഇപ്പം എന്തായി, ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് അല്പം ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് കൂടി നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്തു, കൊന്നുകൊടുത്തു. ദാറ്റ് ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ. സോ ഓവറോൾ വാട്ട് ഷുഡ് ഹാപ്പൻ ഇൻ ടെക്നോളജി എംബെഡഡ്? യു നീഡ് ടു ഹാവ് എ പ്ലാൻ, ലെസൺ പ്ലാൻ. അതായത് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ആളും പഠിക്കുന്ന ആളും ഒരു പ്ലാനോട് കൂടിയാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഐ എം നോട്ട് ജസ്റ്റ് കമ്മിങ് ഓഫ് ഹാൻഡ് ടുഡേ. ഐ കീപ് തിങ്കിങ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ദാറ്റ് ഐ ക്യാൻ കോട്ട്, വിച്ച് വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ഐ ക്യാൻ ബ്രിങ്, which platform I can refer to, which balance sheet I'll bring to the classroom. I'm coming with a plan. So with that plan, you work it out. How to start, which are the appropriate aids to use, which examples, which illustrations, what demonstration. Look at this, technology embedded, LMS will help in that. Even Noodle, open access ആണ്, പൈസ കൊടുക്കണ്ട. ആ Noodle പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ പോലും നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ മെറ്റീരിയൽസ് മുമ്പിടാം, ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ മുമ്പിടാം, കാണിക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന വീഡിയോസ് ഇടാം, കാണിക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേറ്റീവ് ലെക്ചേഴ്സ് ഇടാം, കൊടുക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്ന പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് ഇടാം. So this technology LMS will help in planning this process. And now you look at the LMS and ask your students are already enrolled on the LMS, so they can use that in that form. Next one. Now, communication is again important in your teaching, learning, embedded processes with technology. How you communicate, your language, your style, your postures, your gestures. Basic principle എന്താണ്? എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ഒരു ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ആ ഐഡിയ നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. That's simply communication. But if your idea is not clear, the idea in the person you're passing it on will not be clear. ഞാൻ entrepreneurship, suppose I'm talking about interpreting current ratio, ഈ കറണ്ട് റേഷ്യോ ലിക്വിഡിറ്റി എങ്ങനെ ജഡ്ജ് ചെയ്യാൻ സഹായിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റിയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് നല്ലൊരു ആശയം വേണം. Then I communicate that to the learner and I'm transmitting that into that person. That is what communication is. കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ്റെ വാക്കിൻ്റെ മീനിങ് പോലും അങ്ങനെയാണ്, കോമൺ. ഇറ്റ് കെയിം ഫ്രം ദ വേർഡ് കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ്. ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് എന്നുള്ള വാക്കിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം കോമൺ. അങ്ങനെയാണ് കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ടി ഒക്കെ അങ്ങനെയാണ് വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. കോമൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ? ഐ ആം ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് ടെക്നോളജി എംബെഡഡ് ലേണിംഗ്. You are listening to technology embedded learning. What is common between you and me? I am talking about banking. I am talking about solvency. I am talking about bankruptcy. Is it coming to you in the same sense? Aduvade varanam. That is what is happening there. Virtual mode calls for video based methodologies. Virtual technology. Now use of creative virtual art is more possible. It's not necessary that all these things should be brought to the classroom. Oru udaharanam kondana students will easily use this. All students have mobiles, all campuses are Wi-Fi enabled. They can see for themselves how to use it, how to learn. And many things happen in a self-learning mode. But role is actually is only motivating you, strengthening you to do that. Next one. Now, learner-centric, understand the students, their mindset, their conditions, how they think, what is best for them. Adana transformation. Teaching, learning, embedded learning. We are looking at the minds. Because generally, we all have what is called confirmatory bias. The confirmatory bias എന്താണ്? ടെക്നോളജി ആദ്യം ഒരു സാധനം കൊണ്ടുവരുമ്പോൾ we have a feeling that ഇതൊന്നും നടക്കണ കാര്യമല്ല. Say for example, COVID വന്നു. I had that. I don't know whether you have that. എനിക്ക് ചിലപ്പോൾ പ്രായം കൂടുതലായതുകൊണ്ടാണോ എന്ന് എനിക്ക് I don't know. Generally, കോവിഡ് വന്നു ഉടനെ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞത് ഓൺലൈൻ ടീച്ചിങ്. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ആദ്യം വന്ന ചിന്ത എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയോ? ഇതൊന്നും ശരിയാവാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. I am giving you my own example, which can be a very good creative example for people who are young like you. I used to have, those who know me will know that, I am a resource person for academic staff colleges across the country. ഇന്നലെയും നമ്മൾ ബോംബെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തോളൂ. ഓൺലൈൻ ആയിരുന്നു അത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കുന്നത് ഫിസിക്കലി ആയിരുന്നു. 2019 ആയപ്പോൾ I got a call from Delhi saying that there is something called this academic learning system in virtual mode. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി മുതൽ നമ്മൾ we are creating online learning systems for teachers and applications invite ചെയ്തു. 2 എണ്ണം ഷോർട്ട് ലിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. One was this college in commerce, the Sriram College in Commerce, and the other was in Tirunelveli, Kerala University, Commerce. അപ്പോൾ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, സാർ ഇനി പഴയ മെത്തേഡ് പറ്റില്ല, യു വിൽ ഹാവ് ടു ക്രിയേറ്റ് വീഡിയോസ് ആൻഡ് ഡെലിവർ ലെക്ചേഴ്സ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് പോസിബിൾ. ഐ ആം നോട്ട് യൂസ് ടു ടീച്ചിങ് ഓൺലൈൻ. ഞാൻ ഇത് വിജയിക്കും എന്ന് എനിക്ക് യാതൊരു പ്രതീക്ഷയും ഇല്ല. സോ ഐ വിൽ നോട്ട് ഡു എനിത്തിങ്. കം 20, ഐ എം ഗോയിങ് ടു സ്റ്റോപ്പ്. സോ ദിസ് തിങ് കെയിം അപ്പ് ആൻഡ് വി വർ ആസ്ക്ഡ് ടു പ്രിപ്പയർ വീഡിയോസ്. വീണ്ടും കോൾ വരികയാണ്, സാർ ഇത് ചെയ്യണം, സാറിൻ്റെ ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ. സോ ദേ സെഡ്, യു ടോൾഡ് മീ, ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്താൽ മതി സാറ്. സാർ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഇങ്ങനെ തരും. ഇവിടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒന്നും ചെയറൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും, പക്ഷെ ആരും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. ആൻഡ് ദർ വിൽ ബി എ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് സിസ്റ്റം. സാർ ഇത് പിള്ളേരാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച്, ടീച്ചേഴ്സാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് ക്ലാസ് എടുത്താൽ മതി. വി വിൽ ഡു ദ റെസ്റ്റ്. സോ ഐ വാസ് വണ്ടറിങ് വാട്ട് ടു ഡു. ഐ വാസ് ടോട്ടലി സർപ്രൈസ്ഡ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പവർ പോയിന്റ് ഒക്കെ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്ത് ഇങ്ങനെ ലെക്ചർ എടുക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഈവൻ നൗ നമ്മൾ ഓൺലൈനിൽ ചിലത് അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഓൺലി തിങ് ഈസ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഗ്രേവ് യാർഡിൽ കാണുന്ന പോലെ കുറേ പേരുടെ ഇമെയിൽ അഡ്രസ്സ് ഉണ്ടാവും, അങ്ങനെ ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ പേര് മാത്രം കാണാം, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ കേൾക്കുന്നില്ലെന്ന് നമുക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടെ. ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കും am I audible, am I visible, ഇങ്ങനെ ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് ചോദിക്കും. സോ ദിസ് വാസ് ഡൺ. And at that point of time, ഇവരുടെ സ്പെസിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട് NTPL പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം അനുസരിച്ച്. ദിസ് ഇസ് ഈവൻ നൗ അവൈലബിൾ ഫോർ യുവർ ദ തീം അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് ടൈം വാസ് എമർജിംഗ് ബിസിനസ് മോഡൽ. 2019 നമ്മളത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. ദെൻ വി സ്റ്റോപ്ഡ്, ഇറ്റ് ഹാഡ് ടു മൂവ് ടു ദ വെർച്വൽ മോഡ്. 2021 അത് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്തു. ഐ വെന്റ് ടു എ പ്ലേസ് കോൾഡ് മീഡിയ വില്ലേജ്, ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരിയിലുള്ളതാണ്. ആൻഡ് ദേ സെഡ് ദ സ്പെസിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് ഓഫ് NTPL വി വിൽ ടേക്ക് കെയർ. റെക്കോർഡിംഗ്, ക്യാമറ, ദേ വിൽ ടേക്ക് കെയർ. സാറ് ലെക്ചർ നടത്തിയാൽ മതി. സോ സൗണ്ട് പ്രൂഫ് റൂം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഐ ജസ്റ്റ് വെൻറ്റ് ഇൻസൈഡ്. ഞാൻ എല്ലാ ദൈവങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ വിളിച്ച് ശക്തിയൊക്കെ പ്രാപിച്ച് ഒരു empty റൂമിൽ ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുകയാണ്. മൈ ബയാസ് വാസ് ദിസ് വിൽ നെവർ ബി സക്സസ്ഫുൾ. വി ഹാഡ്, ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വെരിഫൈ ആവുന്നതാണ്, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വാട്ട് വി പുട്ട് അക്രോസ് വെൻ ദ NAC ടീം കെയിം. ഓൺലൈൻ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് ഓൺ ദ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്. 5200 ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു അക്രോസ് ദ കൺട്രി ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് സക്സസ്ഫുൾ. അപ്പോൾ ഐ വാസ് ഗിവിംഗ് ദിസ് ആസ് എൻ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ടു മൈ അതർ ലേണേഴ്സ്. കാരണം I am not at all used to technology's way. ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സമയത്ത് even now I am preparing and doing many things online, but I have never seen a computer till I finished my post-graduation. If a person like me can do this, anyone among you can do it. അത്ര സിമ്പിളാണ് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞ സംഭവം. Another classic example which I got when I was dealing with this technology embedded learning is an interaction with the director of Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology. So he was telling me that when keyhole surgery came for the first time, there was a conference of surgeons, the old surgeons, നമ്മളെ പോലെയുള്ള പഴയ സർജൻസും പുതിയ സർജൻസും, അതായത് those who have no hair or grey hair, അതിലൊക്കെ പെട്ടതാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ. either you have no hair or you have grey hair. ആ സർജൻസും പിന്നെ യങ് സർജൻസും. അപ്പോൾ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് വന്നു, പുതിയ ടെക്നോളജി, കീ ഹോളാണ്. അതുവരെയുള്ള സർജറി എങ്ങനെയാണ്? ഇഫ് യു ഹാവ് എ വൂണ്ട് എനിവെയർ, യുവർ സ്റ്റമക്ക് ഓർ യുവർ ഐ ഓർ യുവർ ബ്രെയിൻ, the body is cut open. Operation theatre അങ്ങനെയാണ്. You will put the person on the bed, the lights will be focusing on the part of your wound, anesthesia ആണെങ്കിൽ anesthesia കൊടുത്ത് കട്ട് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ കാണുന്നു. കീ ഹോൾ എന്താ പറയുന്നത്? യു ആർ നോട്ട് കട്ടിങ് ഓപ്പൺ ദ ബോഡി. ചെറിയൊരു ഹോൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു, ഒരു എക്യുപ്മെൻ്റ് ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നു, നമ്മൾ ഉൾഭാഗം കാണുന്നില്ല, അതിൻ്റെ മൈക്രോസ്കോപ്പിക് വ്യൂ സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്നു, സർജറി നടത്തുന്നു. ഇതൊന്നും നടക്കണ കാര്യമല്ല എന്നുള്ളത് അന്ന് അവർ സംസാരിച്ചു എന്നാണ് ഹി വാസ് സേയിങ്. ദ ഓൾഡ് ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ്. ടുഡേ വാട്ട് ഹാസ് ഹാപ്പൻഡ്? ഈവൻ അഡ്വാൻസ്ഡ് സർജറീസ് ഇൻ ബ്രെയിൻ ആൻഡ് യുവർ സ്റ്റമക്ക് ആൻഡ് എബ്ഡമൻ ഇസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ ദ കീ ഹോൾ ഫോം. അപ്പോൾ ദിസ് ഇസ് വാട്ട് ഐ എം ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് ബയാസ്. നമ്മൾ ഒരു സമയത്ത് പറ്റില്ല, നടക്കില്ല, സാധ്യമല്ല എന്നൊക്കെ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത് ടെക്നോളജി മാറ്റിമറിക്കും. അസാധ്യം എന്ന് കരുതുന്നത് സാധ്യമാവും. സോ ടെക്നോളജി എംബെഡഡ് ലേണിംഗിൽ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഐ എം നോട്ട് സെയിങ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ലിമിറ്റേഷൻ ഫ്രീ, ബട്ട് ദർ ആർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഫോർ മേക്കിംഗ് ഇറ്റ് ലൈവ് ആൻഡ് ബ്രിങ്ങിങ് ഇറ്റ് സ്ട്രോങ്. സോ ദ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് നമുക്ക് മാറണം. എൻ്റെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് മാറണം, പഠിക്കുന്നവരുടെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് മാറണം, പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നവരുടെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് മാറണം. വി മസ്റ്റ് ബി പ്രോ ആക്റ്റീവ് ടു ദിസ്. AI വരുന്നു, അതിനെ എതിർത്തിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. AI വരും, മെഷീൻ ലേണിംഗ് വരും, പുതിയ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ വരും, പുതിയ ലെജിസ്ലേഷൻ. ഇതൊന്നും തടയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. തടയാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാറ്റാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒന്ന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ, എന്നെ തന്നെ മാറ്റാം. അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്ങിൽ വെൻ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് കെയിം ഫോർ ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് ടൈം, ഐ ഹാവ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ടീച്ചിങ് ഇൻ 2001 ഇൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഓഫ് കേരള. ഞാൻ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ആ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ള കാരണത്താൽ അത് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഐ ന്യൂ ദിസ് ആൻഡ് ഇൻ 2001 ഐ വെൻറ്റ് ആസ് എ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് ഫോർ ടേക്കിംഗ് എ ഡിപ്ലോമ ഇൻ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറൈസ്ഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് IHRDയിൽ. എനിക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് എന്നെ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ടെക്നോളജിയോ ബാക്കി മാറ്റങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് വി കനോട്ട് ഡു ദാറ്റ്. സോ ഹൗ യു തിങ്ക്, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ബെസ്റ്റ് ഫോർ ദം, വാട്ട് വിൽ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം ദം ഇൻ to make them creative thinking. Response is collected actually from customizing the teaching process, which comes from technology. Next one. Now value centric, human values, idokke has to get integrated with it. Adana holistic education. Yeah, we have 5 more minutes, so in 5 minutes I'll complete. We'll move to the next one. Challenges, idokkana challenges actually where in the classroom interact. There is a big challenge when we use technology, specifically when we are not face to face. Nammada students il cheloru oru pakshe kelkunnundaയിരിക്കില്ല, ചിലർ അതിനകത്ത് മെൻ്റലി ചാലഞ്ച്ഡോ ഫിസിക്കലി ചാലഞ്ച്ഡോ ബ്ലൈൻഡോ ഡെഫോ ഡമ്മോ ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർ പക്ഷേ ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ടു പോകും. അവരെ നമ്മൾ കരുതണം. They cannot see the technology. They cannot observe the technology. So how you actually take them together, that is what we are talking about. അപ്പോൾ ഈ രണ്ട് മോഡലും ഒരേപോലെ this has to move. Next one. Opportunities is huge. ഒരു LMS ലോട്ട്. See, today the space for teaching and learning is not confined to a classroom. A teacher here can become a teacher in any institution across the world. MOOCs is talking about that. Similarly, student can learn from a wide range of options. അതാണ് ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നത് ഓൺലൈൻ ഇതൊക്കെ ഈ ആക്സസ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. എനി ടൈം ലേണിംഗ്, എനിവെയർ ലേണിംഗ്, വൈഡർ ആക്സസ്, ടീച്ചിങ് വിത്ത് ഓപ്പൺ ആക്സസ്, മാസീവ് ഓപ്പൺ ഓൺലൈൻ കോഴ്സസ്, MOOC. So you can have all these opportunities for you if you use technology embedded formats. Next one. Now accounting il nam parayan, I've already mentioned this, so I'm not spending much time. Use of tools. Adu software ayalum database ayalum, it must be for analysis, for inference, for judgment, for human intelligence versus artificial intelligence. Our shift il varuna tools namukundu which has to actually be used. So we are reversing processes for judgment. അതായത് നമ്മൾ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് കാണിക്കുകയാണ്, ഇതെങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാധനം കിട്ടി, ഈ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസിയുടെ ഫൈനൽ പൊസിഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ്. നൗ കം ബാക്ക്, ഹൗ ഡിഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻ? ഒരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ അനാലിസിസ് അവസാനം പറയുന്നു സോൾവൻസി ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റിൽ നിന്ന്. അത് കാണിച്ചിട്ട് ഈ സോൾവൻസിയിലേക്ക് വരാൻ ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റിലേക്ക് വന്നു, ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ലോസ് അക്കൗണ്ട് പോയി, വി ആർ റിവേഴ്സിംഗ് ദ പ്രോസസ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ. സെയിം തിങ് ഹാപ്പൻസ് ഇൻ യുവർ ഫിനാൻസ്, ഇൻറ്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ സർവീസ് ആൻഡ് ഫിൻടെക്. ഞാൻ മുമ്പ് പറഞ്ഞു, ഏർലിയർ നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചത് എന്താ, ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചത് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്, ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ മാർക്കറ്റിനെ രണ്ടാക്കും. Money market, capital market. Money market is the market for short-term funds. Capital market is the market for long-term funds. ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്ലെയർ ബാങ്ക്, അവിടുത്തെ പ്ലെയർ സ്റ്റോക്ക് എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച്. ടുഡേ ഇഫ് ഐ ടേക്ക് SBI, അത് മണി മാർക്കറ്റിലാണോ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റിലാണോ? ഒറ്റ സ്ഥാപനം തന്നെ എല്ലാം ചെയ്യും. മണി മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യും, ക്യാപിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യും, ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ചെയ്യും, മ്യൂച്വൽ ഫണ്ട് ചെയ്യും, ഡിമാറ്റ് ചെയ്യും, ഡെപ്പോസിറ്ററി ആവും. That is what is happening through an integrated platform. Others technology embedded ആണ്. And it helps in judging market investment, behavioral analysis, psychometric analysis ബിസിനസ്സിനെ ലീഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ. ഏർലിയർ നമ്മൾ മാർക്കറ്റ് സർവേയിലൂടെയാണ് പല കാര്യങ്ങളും കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് അറിയോ? യു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് യുവർ മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺസ്, യു ഡു 10 സെർച്ച് ഫോർ എ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്, നോട്ട് ഈവൻ 10, 2-3 നടത്തിയാൽ മതി, നിങ്ങൾ മാപ്പ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞു സൈക്കോമെട്രിക് അനാലിസിസിൽ. അതാണ് നിങ്ങൾ 3 സെർച്ച് ചെയ്താൽ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യാതെ തന്നെ ബാക്കി സിസ്റ്റം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരും, ബിക്കോസ് യു ഹാവ് ബീൻ മാപ്പ് സൈക്കോമെട്രിക്കലി. നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയും നമ്മുടെ പ്രൈവസിയെ ബാധിച്ചു, ദാറ്റ്സ് എ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. അപ്പോൾ പല കാര്യങ്ങളിലും, ഇപ്പോൾ നൗ ഐ എം ഗെറ്റിംഗ് മൈ സാലറി ഓൺലൈൻ ആൻഡ് ഓൾ മൈ പേയ്മെൻറ്റ്സ് ആർ ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഓൺലൈൻ, either through UPI, Google Pay or whatever. So somebody who is mapping my income and my flows has a complete judgment on how I am earning, how I am spending. And that is going to be an input for the financial market as well as for the databases which are governing economy. Yeah, so next one. That is the basic presentation. I'm stopping here. So what we are trying to say by this is very simple. Simple lesson is only how we can use the changing technology to the advantage of the learner and the in terms of that comes if you want an outcome. If you want a quality outcome. So try to take advantage of that quality outcome. Try to revamp yourself and get advantage of that. I thank the college authorities for this opportunity, and because we don't have much time, I wish you all the best in your academic pursuits. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's open for the questions. If any questions, you can raise the questions. Yeah.
Problem,
Yes.
or an issue, anything related to what I have now said, possibility, എന്തെങ്കിലും ആവാം. Be quick, we have no time. If anybody wants to raise anything on what we have shared, അത് സംശയമാവാം, ക്രിറ്റിസിസം ആവാം, ആഡ് ഓൺ ആവാം, impossibility avam, possibility avam, anything which anybody would like to add or suggest or ask, you can do that now if you have, because we have just 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, in that case, shall we conclude then if there is nothing anybody wants to ask? Anybody?
Sir.
Yeah.
So here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so sir, I feel really privileged to be here today. So my doubt is that it's been a long time since the plan of this technology-related education or technology-included education has been, but there are still limitations to it to be to take it into consideration. So, what do you think, sir, can be done in colleges and other educational institutions, which is easy, that can come in easy hand?
Okay, thank you. Question. See, when I was making the presentation, I am not talking about using an exclusive technology mode. I'm not saying that you should take your entire classes in the online mode or you should entirely use a database for this. I am talking about a blended mode. The challenge which you said was something, see, technology moving through MOOCs or using through the digital format was for a long time pending with agencies under HEIs. But they implement it. Suddenly when the COVID came, they saw this is the right time to push this and they implemented many things. Now, when I was referring to technology embedded learning, I am talking about a blended mode, not excluding your classroom learning, but at the same time, making the process available wherever you can bring in technology support. So it's not exclusively using digital form. But the simple examples which you did is, it does not even require subscription on a paid form. ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ട്രേഡിംഗ് കാണിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഡിമാറ്റിലെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ടീച്ചറിന് അവരുടെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പോ മൊബൈലോ പ്രൊജക്ടറിൽ കണക്ട് ചെയ്ത ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ കാണിക്കാം. ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സിൻ്റെ വീഡിയോസ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റിൻ്റെ അനാലിസിസ്, റിവേഴ്സ് ജഡ്ജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് സോൾവൻസി യൂസിങ് ബാലൻസ് ഷീറ്റ്, ഇതൊക്കെ എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ലൈവായിട്ട് ഡിജിറ്റൽ രൂപത്തിൽ കിടപ്പുണ്ട് അവിടെ. Now you are trying to bring this to the classroom and just show it to the students. So we are using those examples to make it impressive. Interest create cheyanayittu konduvarana. That way you can use it in the first form. Then, as you rightly said, educational institutions can have, ഇപ്പോൾ മാർത്തോമ കോളേജിൽ 10 ടീച്ചർ ഇങ്ങനെ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് for some classroom. അതിനകത്ത് they are making some kind of an analysis. അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു ടീച്ചറുടെ ക്ലാസ് you believe is very exceptional in terms of creating interest. ആ ക്ലാസ്സിനെ you put it as a video and you put it on your website. You will see how the world is interested in you. അപ്പോൾ one way is bring it in a micro form in your institution, host it on the website and tell the other world or the outer world that we have this model which others can use. Let it be open to criticism. Don't be bothered about that. We need not be confined and believe that everything that we are doing is wrong or everything that we are doing is right. അതിനകത്ത് കുറവുകളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും. കുറവുകൾ പറഞ്ഞു തരട്ടെ ആരെങ്കിലും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് we can make a better video out of it. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ നമുക്കൊരു മോഡൽ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയാൽ, അതാണ് ഞാൻ ഓരോ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസിൽ ഇട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. യുവർ ആക്സസ്. പണ്ട് എനിക്ക് ആ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഇല്ല. ഞാൻ എത്ര നല്ല ടീച്ചറാണെങ്കിലും എനിക്ക് എൻ്റെ കോളേജും ക്ലാസ് റൂം മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഇന്ന് ഞാനൊരു നല്ല ടീച്ചറാണ്, നല്ലൊരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കപ്പാബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്കൈ ഇസ് ദ ലിമിറ്റ്. ഐ പുട്ട് മൈ വീഡിയോസ് അക്രോസ്, ഐ മേക്ക് മൈ സർവീസസ് അവൈലബിൾ. ഈ 4 year UG പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ ഒരു സാധനം കൂടി പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, മറ്റേ കോളേജിലെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ കോഴ്സ് എടുക്കാം. അതേ സമയത്ത് നല്ല ഇല്ലസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് ഫോമിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ചാൽ ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിങ്ങളുടെ കുട്ടികളിൽ അവിടെ ചെന്ന് പോയി പഠിക്കും. സോ സ്റ്റേയിങ് റെലവെൻറ്റ് ടെക്നോളജി ഈസ് എ വെരി സ്ട്രോങ് ടൂൾ ഇൻ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ.
Thank you, sir, for deepening our knowledge and sharing your valuable insight on the topic. Now, I would like to invite our respected principal of Marthoma College, Dr. Jacob K., to present a memento to Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. I would also like to request Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle to present a memento to Dr. Srila Krishnan. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Neha Babu, student of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, to propose the vote of thanks.
A warm welcome to the respected dignitaries on and off the dais who have gathered here to attend the second day of our international conference on new trends in commerce, management, and economics in the digital era. This was the fifth technical session on the topic Tech Embedded Innovative Teaching Learning Methods in Finance and Accounting. Today, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this event possible. I, Neha Babu, on behalf of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, extend my sincere gratitude to the Almighty for making this event a success. I would like to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our eminent resource person, Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Junior Vice President, Indian Accounting Association Dean, Head of Department and Faculty of Commerce, IQAC Coordinator, University of Kerala, Trivandrum, who spared time from his busy schedule to enlighten our young minds. It was wonderful listening to you. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Srila Krishnan, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, for her valuable presence and support, and who emphasized the need to adapt to the latest technological advancements in finance and accounting. Thank you, ma'am. Today we had an opportunity to listen to the thoughts which will surely encourage us in all our future endeavors. Let us try and inculcate the habit of deep thinking. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Jacob Thomas, Professor, PG Department of Commerce, Marthoma College, Science and Technology, for welcoming the dignitaries to the event. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership and presence of our respected principal, Dr. Jacob K., for being with us to do our best. And even like this cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very proactive and dedicated staff, which mainly include Dr. Benson Kunyugunya, Head of Department and General Convener, and all the faculties and coordinators under his leadership. Thank you all. Last but not the least, a big thanks to each one of the delegates and faculties for your wonderful participation and deliberation in this session. Once again, thank you for being with us. It has remained a pronounced pleasure. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha, for proposing the vote of thanks. Now it's a time for a short tea break. I would like to request all our guests to move towards corridor, and we will resume our session here by 11:30. And a small announcement, after the tea break, the offline presentation will begin shortly and will be held in the Silver Jubilee Auditorium. Thank you. Our second session for the day will be on the topic Green Supply Chain Management. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Veeramani G, Dr. Radha Ramnan Pillai, and Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas onto the stage. Now I would like to invite Dr. Radha Ramnan Pillai, Professor, PG, Department of English, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, and former principal of NSS College, Nilamale, to welcome and introduce our speaker for the day.
Mr. President of the technical session, Professor Dr. Veeramani G, the resource person of the session, Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, Principal of JP College of Arts and Science, Tengashi. Other distinguished faculty members, beloved students from JP College, MS University College, and Marthoma College of Science and Technology. All the faculty members assembled here. Now you are going to witness a wonderful session on a topic called Green Supply Chain Management. It's a current topic, a trend of the day that will be sufficiently addressed by the resource person. And at the end of the session, you can raise your questions and can lead an interactive session. Now let me introduce and welcome the chair of the session, Professor Dr. Veeramani G. He is Associate Professor from Wales University, Chennai, a veteran in the field, a resource person, visiting professor to different colleges and universities across India. And we are proud to have his presence for this session. We welcome on behalf of the college management faculty members, we welcome you, sir, Professor Dr. Veeramani. Now the resource person of the day, Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, who is a friend of mine. He is professor and head of the principal of JP College of Arts and Science, Tengashi, and he was so kind-hearted when we invited him to attend and deliver a speech or present a technical session, a paper in the session without any hesitation. Now he is really a resource in the field of commerce and management. His management, his master in business management, his doctorate is in MBA, and he is enriched with new knowledge and new trends of the day. Really, his lecture, his presentation will be an asset, a learned input for all the commerce management students of the program of the conference. You are going to be enriched out of the presentation of Dr. J.P. Michael Mariadas. We all heartedly invite him for this technical session for this function. We, on behalf of the college management, faculty members and others, welcome you, sir, for the function. Now, esteemed guests, participants, scholars, all other attendees, we welcome you for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Now I would like to invite our chairperson for the session, Professor Dr. Veeramani G, Associate Professor, Wales University, Chennai, to speak a few words.
Good morning to all. Respected Pillai sir and Michael Mariadas sir, Principal sir, other faculty members from various colleges, universities, as well as students. I welcome you all for this important session. As a faculty of supply chain management, as a faculty of shipping and logistic management, the subject we are going to learn from our principal sir is so important, so vibrant. There is lot of scope in that areas. I request you all kindly listen. Sir is a eminent person. Sir is a senior person having plenty of experience in this field. A supply chain management is a complex issue. It is a hidden work, hidden things people doesn't know. We know the products. I have a pen, but how I got this pen, where it was produced, where it is transported, who received it doesn't know. Nobody's know. For example, in a cinema, we know the hero. We know the Vijay, we know the Rajinikanth, we know the Mammootty, Mohanlal. They are in the screen. They are acting in before us. We know them. But behind the screen, there are hundreds of people dying for showing up the hero, showing up the heroine. We never consider, we never think about it, that people. Similarly, the supply chain is a backdrop work. Lot of pains involved in that supply chain work. Lot of technology required, lot of patience required, lot of human resource management techniques are required. Nowadays, the industry is growing fast with the latest technologies. You people know there is big boom. Artificial intelligence entered into the business world. Not only in the business world, our private life also driven by the artificial intelligence and other technological revolutions. I hope sir will put a more light on it. Sir will explain more than me. He is my guru. He will explain lot, and I request Dr. Maridas sir to explain the things elaborately, and I thank for this opportunity given me as a chairperson, though I am not deserve it because my guru is sitting here. However, I am so lucky, and thank you all for this opportunity. Kindly enjoy and gather the information from Maridas sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Now, I feel delighted to invite our resource person for the session, Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, Principal, JP College of Arts and Science, Tenkashi, Tamil Nadu. Sir, we welcome you for the session.
At first, I thank the Almighty, His grace and blessings for this wonderful day. I am so delighted here participating, as well as I am also so honored as a keynote speaker for this eminent, reputed institution, Second International Conference on New Trends in Commerce, Management and Economics in the Digital Era, jointly organized by Postgraduate Department of Commerce, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, the Indian Accounting Association, Kerala branch, International Skill Development Corporation, and my gratitude, I feel, I am proud. I thank the conference directors, Dr. K. Jacob, principal of this college, followed by conveners general, Dr. Benson Kunju, professor and head, PG Department of Commerce, followed by the joint convener, Dr. Jacob Thomas, professor, PG Department of Commerce. And I am so grateful Professor D. Radharaman Pillai, HOD Department of English, Dr. Veeramani, the chairperson, and my dear friend, Professor Ranjit. I am so happy. Very good morning to all the intellectual galaxy, the research scholars, teachers from the various colleges, my students, as well as the students from Mano College, Manonmani University College, Puliyangudi College. Yeah, now the timing is 11:45. They told me to manage the session nearly for another 45 minutes. My dear audience, only one thing is possible. I just, in the beginning, getting your attraction, just to say a very, very small story. What is that story? People, whoever is a student or a teacher or anybody, it is not a guarantee when a speaker speaks on, they are completely with the attention, getting all the ideas. So for that, a saint is there as well as a student. The saint said, God is there. When a student, a boy said, no, I cannot believe. I don't think such a person is there. Then saint said, no, you have to accept God is there. But the fellow said, I am strongly believing, no such omnipotent is there. Then what the saint did, he just took an apple and started eating that apple. He said, how tasty this apple is. Then the boy, he got angry. Then he said, sir, what do you think? You are only taking the apple, you are only tasting the apple, but you are asking me how tasty. Then the saint said, exactly, my dear son, life is also like that. If at all, unless otherwise you realize, you experience, then you cannot feel any impact. Such a way, I can tell you, number of seminars, talks going on, supply chain management and green supply chain management. My dear young generation, how many of you are in the right side of taking the right informations and with involvement in the state to apply in industry? That is question mark still. So here, I just want you to have three things. Number one is observe. You are observing. Thank God, I also have slide. And for the second one, you need to learn maybe the information I am sharing. Sir said, I am a great person. I don't think so. He is also a very specialized person in logistics and supply chain management. And the third one is the very, very important one, how importantly you will act. That is very, very important. So I just go to the next. Yeah, exactly. Okay, fine. Yeah, so the first thing, I just ask a simple question. How many of you can express or say something about quality? I say quality. If I ask you what is quality, you can say customer satisfaction. You can say degree of excellence. Or you can say fitness for use. The product what I have or the service what I am experiencing. The thing is, how many of you are, telling about the performance? It's very, very important. Now, if you take it in your world, actors are performing, computer programmers are performing, bank cashier is also performing, teachers also performing performance. So obviously I know that what is the derivation, how quality Quality formula is what? It's a ratio between performance and expectation. Performance and expectations. I tell you, all you are here is with the expectation mood of what I am going to share on supply chain management with your expectation. I am also performing. So always the quality is more than one. You never get the value. So if you calculate greater than one. So my dear audience, you just assess. So performance, how it is important? Exactly, it is important for a T-shop person to the top level companies. All people want to perform, but how we can perform? Or we, relying upon certain technologies or anything techniques or any methods or any principles or any strategies. So I am so happy of just presenting green supply chain management practices, the very, very important corporate sustainability performance. Sustain is a term we use to, everywhere. Yes, we are not very sure about what will happen next year, the next moment, or the next day, right? The top company, Hindustan Unilever Limited, is there. ITC, Asian Paints are also there. All the companies are there. How they will sustain? You don't think, for Hindustan is not the old Hindustan Lever Company. Exactly. Even for Cadbury's, Nestle companies also not the very, of course, the company is the established one, the reputed one, since, but year on year, the days going on, they are also changed their technology, their method, their strategy. So now everywhere, in every research, all the researchers, of course, you cannot deny that supply chain, of course, the green supply chain is very, very important. Just please go to the next slide. Okay, so here, I think it will be very interesting because the images, whatever the presentations with the AI only I made it so that you can also, you will not get any boring to see the presentation. For the pollution, my dear audience, before pollution, I just say green or green initiative, a green environment. Everywhere, in the school level, it started, and the college level also. When you go to the corporates also, green environment, green thing, because ultimately everyone have the responsibility, commitment to save the nature. In and around in the business world, because very, very important is the resources. So obviously, what are all the things we must respect to the green environment and all the soils and the air, everything we have to save it. So, but the problem, next slide. Yeah. Now this is for the very, very biggest environmental problems of 2024. Even you can also search it in Google. They listed out nearly 15, 20 issues. My dear students and research scholars, I have listed out the very 3 problems, major problems. The number 1 is the global warming. If I start saying about the global warming, even for the present condition, I have the, even for, you just get the key, the title or something. I'm having the data, so I will share the data with you. So the first problem is the global warming. The second problem is deforestation. And the third one is the plastic pollution. But there are other problems are also there, but that 45 minutes is not enough, so that I just taken these 3 things. Number one is for the global warming. How many of you are thinking that even for the soil, the world, the planet, it radiates, it emits the heatness, the energy. You heard about the fossil fuel. It is nothing but the combination of hydrocarbons, oils, and natural gas. So what happened now? I have your data 2023. Now in the year we are in February 2024. 2023 was the hottest year on record. You note down 2023. I mean the average temperature is 1.46 Celsius. You are all doing commerce, BCom students are here, and you may also studying the supply chain logistics, but practical knowledge is very, very needed. I am just going with a problem. We need to find out the solution. So this much of the radiation, industry level, above. So that what happened now in the calendar year is very, very, very hottest. So the problem is, if we have global warming, ultimately it will have impact very positively in our industry pattern. The products what we are using, the packages, the packaging, as well as the raw materials, the processes, the ingredients, X and Y, so many things are there. So even for the global warming, I just have one more data is what? No. Carbon dioxide, that emissions, for billion tons of carbon dioxide. All must know that the two very important one is carbon monoxide, that you cannot completely demolish the carbon monoxide because of the vehicles and fuel. You can control to some extent. You can control to some extent. You may have some alternative fuel, or you may have some control devices in the vehicle. To some extent you can control. So now the problem for the automobile makers, they need to create an alternative model, fuel economy. So something is very needed. So that is what Maruti company or Ford companies, Hyundai companies, they all, get all this kind of the data, how my product will be the eco-friendly product. My product is really balancing the ecosystem, ecological system. It supports or not. Yes, so that accordingly what they will do, they will have their vision, maybe for the mission or for their objectives, everything is pointing out, we are making the product X and Y that will support the ecological system, that will support the eco-friendly. It will not give any harmful to anybody, anyone. So this is number one. Second one is deforestation. So even I say forestation, Brazil, Amazon. So that is for even Amazon also, every year 19 acres deforestation happens. Very horrible, because all we know, but we are not able to solve such problem. So what we do, how can we solve it? So every hour in forest, 300 football field are cut down. So ultimately, what will happen? Once you cut down all the forests and trees, everything, then the control of the carbon dioxide is also, horrible. Am I right? Yes. And the third one is the plastic pollution. Of course, for pollution, if you take it, commerce students, you may think that, sir, pollution is really, it's a science subject. It is not related to commerce. Oh, you all, my dear commerce, you are greater than the scientists. You should know about all the, phenomenon of everyone. I'll tell you, for a doctors, in MBBS, the very first semester, anatomy, the subject called anatomy. Why they study the subject called anatomy? Because in anatomy, they will study about all the organs and everything, no? The same way, you commerce, of course, management, economic students, you should also knowing about certain scientific facts. You should know, of course, how this pollutant, for this kind affects the business, the environment. So the plastic pollution is very, very horrible. I have your data. 1950, we had only 2 million tons plastic per year. All the data are very, very authentic, so that even if you want, you can note down. In 2015, it is 419 million. But in 2040, it will be 600 million tons. We know that plastic pollution, that materials are very harmful, but we are not very sure about the technology or some kind of the techniques, the way to control the plastic pollution. I'll come to the conclusion in between. The next one, thank you, you are passing my slides, very good, very good. Yeah, so here one statistics I have somewhere in the right side, 80%. This is only for a solid waste. You can assume how much the waste we are producing. I tell you, I would say for the food wastage is also, spoiling our ecological system. Which is the topmost country for the food wastages? China, the recent data, followed by India, followed by US. What is the problem for the food wastages? Even for the food can be wasted. We are wasting the time when you are procuring from the farms, as well as once it comes to the market, and after it delivers to the consumer or the customer. So here the statistics say, lot of solid waste. So the challenge for the supply chain managers, the units operations managers to control. So my dear young audience, I tell you, even you are a commerce person, you must act as a operations manager. This one, if suppose you take it in a car, how important the machine parts, the same way operations is also very, very important. Shall we go to the next slide? Yes. Now I just take a break. Here, because of the global warming, for Antarctica, ice melting, I think there will a video also will come. Okay, next one is the video. 1 minute, I'll tell you, then you will click on. Okay. The thing is, for Antarctica, they even for foreign countries, they used to take all the students as a trip to Antarctica. Because in Antarctica, it's, what happened? Because fully there are icebergs, everything, all the ice, everything is melting, so that the level of water is coming down. So ultimately the water comes to the sea, and sea level is also high. Go to the next one. Yeah, I think can you try for click on the video? You need to out of the slide share and do it. Maybe when I was inserting, not inserted. Okay, I'm sorry. You are not able to get the icon? Okay, I'm sorry. Fine. So I just tell about some facts about this one, ice melts. What is the problem here? This is for the greenhouse gas impacts. All the times these kind of the icebergs are very, very dangerous, because what happens, because of the radiation, because of the heat emittance, the ice melting point, and slowly the water level is very high. That is also one of the strong phenomenon that will affect our ecological system, and ultimately our consumer pattern, our supply chain management, everything will be getting spoiled. So I'm unfortunately not able to open that. So here I'm coming for how to avoid all these issues. My dear audience, we just have some interactions. I listed out three problems. What are the problems? Problem number 1, global warming. Problem number 2, deforestation. Very good. Problem number 3, very good, plastic pollution. So now we are coming for a green supply chain management. If I start say green supply chain management, can I have your mic also, hand mic, so that I can just come there. For a green supply chain management, so obviously there is another one, traditional supply chain management. Okay, thank you. So for the traditional supply chain management is what, and green supply chain management is what? Supply chain management, from procuring raw materials to the end products. So that is very, very interrelated. So it is integrating the environmental issues. Please understand, I'm saying environmental issues. So whatever the policy you are making upon in your company, you are framing some policy, and you are also going to adapt that policy. So the thing is, we are going for a very, very alternative one. So can I go to the next one? Next one? Yeah. Yes. Next one. Yes, very good. Yeah, I just listed out these 4 things first. Number 1 is for the reduced carbon footprint. I already told you how harmful the carbon dioxide when it comes out. Emission of carbon dioxide is always very, very dangerous. But now you just take it a milk product, you just take it any kind of eatable products or vegetables, whatever, you cannot deny that, almost all kind of the carbon footprint depositing to all kind of the products. So very safely we have to pack it. When it in customer, you understand one thing, in previous day, we used to say that satisfied customer. If suppose I am a customer, I used to satisfy the pen what I purchase, or maybe the chocolate, or maybe other mobile phones. But now there is no role for satisfaction, only delighted. Now you take it, customer should be a delighted person. Customer should be a delighted one. In what way they can be delighted? They have to trust that, of course, the products what you are delivering or the service what you are doing is definitely does not give any harmful to the society, to the customer, So that is what, my dear audience, reduced carbon footprint is the first objective. It's for the factor for the green supply chain management. And due to the time constraint, I have some more other points also to be elaborated. So the second one is resource conservation. We are having the resources almost for all the raw materials as well as for the energy. We can also get the energy. Now what kind of the energy we are using? We have wind energy as well as solar energies also we have. How it connects with in matter of cost. I forgot to say one thing before the third one. I'd say there are 3 very, very important parameters in industry. Number 1 is the cost. Always. What is the industry formula? Minimize the cost, maximize the profit. It is the Taraga mantra. It is the philosophy for all the industry. Minimize the cost and what? Maximize the profit. So the cost is the first one. Okay, I can buy the machine at cost of 20 lakhs, right? But I'm not able to generate, using that particular machine and sell the products to the markets. I'm not getting the profit or revenue. Then what is the necessary of have that one? So do think for the alternative one. Cost is number one. And number two, the second one is the time. Time. Nobody is ready to be there in a bank for the whole day. Or no one is very ready to sit in a hotel for nearly 5 hours or 6 hours. No? Yes? So the point is, time is also a very, very important one. I tell you, my dears, because of this time, it is also for logistics point of view, we will say for a optimal route, or otherwise optimality. You have to understand very, very practical meaning for optimality. Rumba simple. It's very simple. Optimal. You are having some optimal technology, optimality, nothing but balancing the cost and time and efficiency. The third one is the efficiency. You have certain amount of resources that in a right proportionate you are using that one, that is efficiency. That is efficiency. So I just tell you all these industry parameters. So very, very important, we are going for the waste management. I tell you, if suppose I give you a paper to you, you can write many things, many articles about the waste management. We know that this much wastages are coming out from the industries. Definitely that will, contaminate the hazardous materials or some kind of the chemicals that will contaminate with the air as well as the soil as well as the water. So that is what polluted environments, very polluted environments. I tell you, in India, people say that in Delhi, very, very polluted. Even the government is also taken a lot of initiative, but sometimes the peoples are not realized, they are not getting aware what they do, because of they have a system called odd and even vehicle. If suppose they have, for Monday, one number of odd number of car can go, and even for the next day, other numbers are go like that. So these are all the things in the government is also one side they are taking efforts. The last one is for the sustainable practices. It's very, very great. You suppose a company, if they have a sustainable practice, definitely, now what kind of the sustainable practices the companies they are doing? I tell you simple way, recycling. Recycling. One way, you are also control your cost, and you are also generating the same kind of the package. For that, I'm having one beautiful case here for Amul industry. I'll come to that one before. After, so reduced carbon footprint, resource conservation, and waste management, sustainable practices. Shall we go to the next one? Yeah, very nice, very nice. So, this one, the very, very topmost companies, I told you, I placed here for Unilever Limited is there. All the companies, they have to. Now it is a time, they must adapt the green supply chain management in their operations units. Otherwise, what will happen? They will not sustain. I repeat it, they will not sustain in their business. So, lot of research is going on. I can guess it. Some of the researchers are here. They will also going forward for doing lot of research in supply chain management. So the next one, exactly. So this is very, very important. In the title I said corporates, sustainability performance. We have three things are there. Number one is the economic sustainability. It's very, very important. Okay, so the next one is, the first one is economic sustainability, and the second one is social sustainability, and the third one, environmental sustainability. Do you know who is the father of economics? Adam Smith, very good. Okay, then I just tell you, one of the another person, Dr. Abel, he defined business. He said there are three dimensions in business. The number one is, who is your customer group? Who is your customer group? When you are making any products, who is your customer group? And the second one is, what is their need? Suppose you identified women Horlicks. Who is the customer group? Who is the customer groups in women Horlicks? Yeah? All the pregnant ladies and women are the customer groups. That product cannot be bought for some other persons. And what is their need? The research should say that. The third one is how it will be satisfied. I just have a small change. How it will be controlled. Even for supply chain management, I'll tell you how it can be controlled. So here, for the first one, for you just to take it for this thing, for the economic sustainability, we'll have profitability. You know well, I don't want to take much of my timing, explain anything about the profitability. You know well, all the companies, they are established in order to achieve a profit. And the second one is, one way directly or indirectly, they need to engage the stakeholders. So stakeholders engagement is also very, very important. The third one is for the cost reductions. I explained you well about the cost reduction. You must have some technology or something, some philosophy in order to control the cost. That is the first one. And the second one, environmental sustainability performance. The second one, the second pillar in the green supply chain management. The three things very, very important. The first one is I explained you, carbon footprint. The second one is waste management. The third one is the sustainable sourcing. And for the social sustainability thing, labor practices. In industry, how much hours the laborers are working, and what kind of the welfare facilities are offered to them, or they are happy. One time for a Sony corporation, in an interview, the CEO said, what is the secret of Sony corporation? Then the CEO said, exactly, the secret is nothing, all my employees are the happiest employees. So if at all a owner, giving something discomfort for the laborers, the employees, the workers, they will affect the productivity. So used to have such kind of the labor practices. In terms of the social sustainability performance, you must have some policy for control such thing. The second one is transparency and accountability. You take it one time, 30 years before, no refined oil, only palm oil. We had, the 30 years before, no refined oil. There was not a process of sunflower oil or canola oil. All those oils are only very palm oil. It was not refined. But now, refined oils are there. What is the benefits of the refined oil? It is not having any impurities. Fat level is also controlled. So now the package. No, whatever the product you buy, you can also check it, the expiry date, and what kind of the ingredients are there. அதுதான் வந்து transparency and accountability. The third one is health and safety. It's very, very important. So for everything, really the resources, procuring resources, the materials what we are using, that really help the life of the human being. So that is what the next one. And yeah, so here is also just another 10 to 15 minutes. We'll also have some interactions for implementation of the GSCM. Now everything is nice. All that, no, we know the methods, we know the facts. So next slide, next one, next. Yeah, so everything is there, but how will you implement? That is no, very, very important. So I told you, then supply chain management, procuring the raw materials to the final stage, we should adapt the green effects, the green concepts everywhere. So the first one is green procurement, the second is the green design, and green warehousing and green packing. I am just explaining everything with the Amul. You heard about the Amul, Gujarat Milk Marketing Federation. It is number one. I mean, my dear audience, why I have preferred this particular case for the Amul industry? Because they generate much profit and revenue, and I would say that a very, very typical example for green supply chain management. So there, the taste of India, I just make it the points like sustainable sourcing. I'll tell you what is that kind of sustainable sourcing, as well as the second one is waste management and packaging innovation, all. The sustainable sourcing, I'll tell you, for Amul, it has 8 manufacturing sectors, 8 manufacturing units, because number of product they make it, no. The secret for the Amul industry is what? No, they are relying solar energy. They are not generating almost all the, energies from simply electricity. They have solar setup. So for the solar energy only, they are sustaining their business. And also, next one is all the raw materials, the milk, everything, where they buy, they can buy from the almost all the sectors there. So their societies are also there, the farmers are also there. All kind of the raw materials, transportations, beautifully they sustain such practices. The second one is for the waste management. Okay, you just think about Tetra Pak. How many of you are saying that Tetra Pak is good now for the environment? Tetra Pak, it's good. Yes. What is the reason? The Tetra Pak is not have any kind of plastic mixture or something, right? So the Tetra Pak for Amul, if you take it, for the Tetra Pak, they have all kind of the milk products, all certain volumes and all they are offering in the Tetra Pak. அவங்க அது மட்டும் பண்ணல, whatever the Tetra Paks, it goes to the shops la, market la, they collected all the wastages of the Tetra Paks once it's over. Then everything was collected back, and they are also recycled. Some of the Tetra Paks, some quantity they are making again as a Tetra Pak. The other things and all, they simply make the grinding and all the mixtures they are making as a very, very eco-friendly desk and benches they are making. That is one of the facts. And for the packaging, they also have the packaging innovation for the product like Tozo, adu vandu blue color, and even for the gold, that is for fat. So very beautifully they have. Even I say this kind of the Amul, even if you take it for many things like commercial product like Sunfist biscuits and many things, the design, the flavors, everything is, give the lot of meaning. The second, for the Amul, community development. It's very, very important for the community development. In what way they do the community development? For example, if any farmers, their cows, they had some issues like health issues, they are directing, alerting doctors. Doctors are there, and even they take care, medical support they do. That is what one of the secret this is. And the second one is for energy efficiency. I told you about the machine technology and solar. And the last one is supplier engagement. என்ன பண்றாங்க supplier engagementல அவங்க வந்து electric container refrigerator அவங்க எப்பெல்லாம் when they are delivering the products, electric container refrigerator is also they offer, and they are also giving free transportation. So the supplier order, they have a fantastic partnership, nice partnership they have. And thank you. I hope that you are all understand about the Amul company. I explained as a case of explaining the sharing the data. And now another 2-3 slides. I think we'll go to the next one, how it benefits to the organizations. From cost saving, I told you, competitive advantage. What do you mean by competitive advantage? It is superior performance. The products, the methodology I am using, I am adapting is better than my competitor. The technology what I am using, the cost control technology or something I am using is better than my competitor. The third one, obviously corporate image level is also increased and compliance with regulations. Otherwise, what happened? When the industry, what is the main problem? How much the waste you are generating out? How much the waste? Or how about the hazardous materials, anything you are having inside? For and all, your license will be cancelled. They will also put penalty and some kind of the legal actions will be taken. But if it is the green supply chain management, it is very transparency. There is no any kind of such things are there. And last one is risk mitigation. Because when it comes for the risk, obviously everything will be very reduced. And the next one, what are the challenges? For all my dear young generation, what is the challenges here? We don't have still inadequate infrastructure. For resistance to change. Why should I change? I am using the old methodology. The pattern. Why should I change? So that is the mindset. And the third one is the cost consideration. Sometimes it is not affordable. The last one is the lack of awareness. Still all the peoples are not getting aware about the practices of supply chain management. And so now it's very, very interesting. But it is, I just finish up with only one slide of the role of AI in GSCM. My dear students, when we talk about AI, I'm sorry. When we say about AI, the thing is, one extreme it is happy. We have gifted of having artificial intelligence, but in another extreme, very sad. We are not very sure that how long we will survey as human being in companies. The role of the human being will be taken by the machine. But anyway, gifted. Because for artificial intelligence, I would say that a man cannot do such kind of the task, but at the same time, the machine, artificial intelligence can do 1,000 tasks. They will complete with their pattern of timing. So beautifully optimization is possible. Is it possible, really? And I don't have much time to explain it technically. The second one is for automation. Whatever the machine capacity, how long it will be run, as well as the maintenance, the temperature, the pressure, everything can be easily identified and estimated. The third one is for the resource efficiency also, how much percentage of the resources we are having, the raw materials, everything with the connection to the output. So that will be calculated, data analysis and all. And for transparency and traceability. And the last one is for the decision making. For all people, for decision making, we must have what is very, very needed. We must need data. We must need information. For making decision, how you say that, how you say your product is number one now in terms of the results, right? How much the products are sold in markets, your profitability, your condition. As soon as when you make the data, you can also go for decision. Okay, I can extend my service to other segments. I can extend my service to another segment in customers. So this is there. And the next slide. Very good. This is final call. I think you are all happy. I'm finishing. Okay. So the final call. Yeah. Now you are all young generation. Now is the time of you all just to think. The questions are all framed there. The first question to you is, I just go from here. Will you join me in making this world green? How many of you raise your hand? Raise your hand. Very good. Oh, only less persons. Only less. Very good. I'm happy. You have to join. You have to join with your corporate leaders making the environment very green. You must offer the ideas, your brilliancy, right? So suggestions, that is important. The second one is, will you adapt? This is the order. Will you adapt green policy? Will you adapt green policy? You will become as an entrepreneur in future. Or maybe, sir, I don't have such plan of entrepreneur. I can become as a manager, maybe leader, right? So in whatever you need to, will you adapt the green policy? The third one, after adapting only the policy. Otherwise, it is not possible, my dear young generation. It is not possible if at all something is framed in terms of policy. The third one. And the last one is, this is for the teachers. Only 3 questions for young generation. The young teachers, the thing is, how do you support, encourage, motivate your students to become the parts of the green environment, for a green environment, fight for the green environment. So this is the last one. And one more, I started with a story, ending with a story. Please, very patient. It's a very interesting story. Can I have another slide? I think thank you slide. Very good. If your answers are all yes, for the previous one, green environment, supporting attitude, mindset, and adoption, as well as policy making. If your answers are yes, then you say no. No, you have to, if you say yes, then only you are responsible or committed. So here, for the sustainability performance is also possible. Okay, now, this is for a green, this story will help you to all the teachers also. This is not related with this slide and all. Okay, what happened in a school? A teacher is taking class for a student of 60 students. What happened? In the school students, no, they have something fighting with each other, bitterness with some other students, all it happens. So the teacher started thinking to control and make all the students as the united. So she said, I'm going to conduct one experiment. You all come for the agreement. What is the experiment? You suppose you are a student. How many of the other students you hatred? You had some bitterness feelings. Then for 1 week, if suppose the number is 5, you must bring 5 tomatoes 1 week in a bag. You suppose the next girl, she has some issues with 20 students, then 20 tomatoes. The next one, no, I don't have any problem with anyone, so I am free. So no need of carrying any tomatoes. The teacher said, I need attention from the audience. It's very, very important. The point is, the teacher say, this is the condition, 1 week experiment. Everyone should bring how many people you hatted, that number of tomatoes you have to bring for 1 week in a bag. Okay, all they said. It is a condition. You should not change it. Yes, the first day, the teacher noticed in the classroom, bags are there, good. Some students, they carried very heavy one, that much number of the people they hatted. So what happened? First day over, the second day, the third day, some students, they said, teacher, is very heavy. No, I already told you the condition, you should carry this bag till 1 week. What happened? No, the fourth day, the fifth day, you know about the condition of the tomato, rotten smells and discomfort, all. And finally, then the last day come, the teacher asked, how do you feel? What is your experience? How do you feel? How did you feel, or how do you feel carrying all? Then they said, they don't have the bag. அவங்க சொன்னாங்க, I don't have, because I don't have any hatted people here. I'm free. Others, they carried 20 numbers and 30 numbers. They said, very horrible, very difficult. So now, my dears, same way, life is also is out of box. You connecting to the green effects. Your heart, you should not have anything poisonous, hatred, bitterness, feelings in you. Then only you can also go forward happily, and that is the green effect heart. This is a story of green effect heart. So thank you very much for all the young generations, and I'm so happy. Thank you very much for the organization providing. If you want to ask any general questions on the supply chain management or green supply chain management, if you want to interact, you can also interact. Okay? Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah. And now it is anyway, what are all, please understand, in your life, for changing the environment, this conference experience is not enough. You should go forward, read more and more, lot of information you have to collect it, do the research with involvement, and support the ecological system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on the topic. I am sure your address has helped a lot in understanding about the importance of green supply chain management, and more importantly, to promote sustainability in the coming years. Now I would like to invite Dr. Suman Alexander to present a memento to Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas to express our gratitude. I would also like to request Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas to present a memento to our chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. Veeramani ji. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Merin Luria Jacob, student of Marthoma College, Ayur, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on and off the dais. As we have come to the end of the 6th technical session, Green Supply Chain Management, on behalf of the PG Department of Commerce, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this session. I, Marin Ludia Jacob, stand here to express my heartfelt thanks to all on behalf of the PG Department of Commerce. First of all, I express my most sincere thanks to the Lord Almighty for making today's event a great success. I extend my warm regards to our resource person, Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, Principal of JP College of Arts and Science, Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your commendable talk. Next, I would like to thank our chairperson, Professor Dr. Veeramani Ji, Associate Professor, Wales University, Chennai, for taking his valuable time and ensuring your presence here. I would also like to thank Dr. Radharamanan Pillai, Professor of PG Department of English, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, former Principal, NSS College, Nilamel, who welcomed the dignitaries. I would also like to thank our Head of the Department and General Convener, Dr. Benson Kunkunyu, who have always been supportive of our initiatives. With a deep sense of appreciation, I would also like to thank our Principal, Dr. K. Jacob, for helping us organize this conference. Last but not the least, I extend my gratitude to all the delegates. I also like to extend my thanks to Professor Ranjit Kumar, MS University. Last but not the least, I extend my gratitude to all the delegates, our organizing team, and respected teachers for making this event a great success. Finally, I thank each one of you present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marin. Now I would like to invite Professor Ranjit Kumar, MS University, to share a word of compliment.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I know that you all feel hungry, so I don't want to take much of the time. I really feel very much delighted on the way how they have organized the program. Really, my heartfelt thanks to the management, the principal, the chairperson, the convener Benson sir, and my friend and my colleague, my mentor, Dr. Radharamanan Pillai. Really, on behalf of the MSU College, Puliyangudi, on behalf of JP College of Arts and Science, Tenkasi, I feel like one of the member of this organizing team, I really feel very much happy for inviting the people from Tamil Nadu for this Kerala opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity for us. I hope that while I was discussing with my students, I came to know that they have learned something new today. This is a day for us to learn and to gain some new knowledge. It's all because of this management and dignitaries of Marthoma Institute of Technology. Thank you. My special thanks to the convener of this program, the head of the department. Really, it's my pleasure to thank each and everybody, the team behind this organizing, team behind this success. Thanks you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now it's time for lunch break, and the lunch for all the attendees are served downstairs, and for all the guests in the department. Thank you.
Laptop.
I would like to request everyone to join us and be seated as we will start our session shortly. Our third session for the day will be on the topic Tax Incidents, Evasion, Avoidance and Detection. I would like to invite Dr. Suman Alexander, Dr. Benson Kunyunye and CA Joe Zakaria to occupy the chair on the dais. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Benson Kunyunye, Head of PG Department of Commerce, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, to welcome and introduce our speaker for the session.
Good afternoon to all. Respected resource person, CA Joe Zakaria, Dr. Suman Alexander, Dr. Jacob Thomas and other dignitaries on and off the dais, and everyone joining us online from across the globe, a warm good afternoon to all. This is the final and the 7th technical session of our 2-day international conference. This conference provided a unique opportunity for researchers, academicians and students to share their knowledge on various important areas in commerce, management and economics. Being a renowned intellectual, C.A. Joe Zakaria obtained his BCom degree from Marivanius College in the year 1972 and completed CA in the year 1977 with an All India rank 39. He started his practice in the year 1978 and already completed 46 years of service. He is presently the managing partner of Jacks and Associates, a leading firm of chartered accountant in Kerala. Jacks and Associates has 8 branches, 12 partners and staff strength of around 150. Jacks also has an office in Dubai, Jacks Management Consultancy. He is the founder member of Bridging Business and Professional Initiatives, BBPI, an organization to promote business entrepreneurs and professionals. C.A. Joe Zakaria is now the Vice President of the Kerala Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Southern Region, and Chairman of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, Trivandrum Branch. Towards his social commitment, he is working actively in the National Association for the Blind, Kerala State Branch. He is also the founder member of Jacks Charitable Foundation, a company which is registered under the Companies Act 2013 for supporting charitable activities. He held several senior positions in Weissman International. He has a blessed family with 5 chartered accountants. On behalf of the management and delegates, we extend a delighted welcome to our resource person, C.A. Joe Zakaria, sir. Dr. Suman Alexander, the former principal of St. Gregorius College, Kottaragira, and presently the Vice Principal of KVVS College of Science and Technology, Adur. I extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Suman Alexander for accepting our invitation and serving as a resource person adorning the stage. I also extend my warm welcome to my best friend Francis Johnson and other teammates of FinPro. Once again, I extended a wholehearted welcome to one and all present and everyone joining us through the live streaming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. I would like to call upon our chair for the session, Dr. Suman Alexander, former principal of St. Gregorius College, Kottarakara, and now vice principal, KVVS College of Science and Technology, Ayur, to speak a few words.
A warm good afternoon to you all. Most respected principal of our institution, K. Jacob sir, our eminent resource person who is present here is our CM Jose Zachariah sir, the joint manager, partner Jakes Associates and Trivandrum, the general coordinator of this wonderful second two-day international conference, New Trends in Commerce, Management and Economics in the Digital Era. Beloved and respected Dr. Benson Kunyunyu sir, joint convener and my beloved colleague, Dr. Jacob Thomas sir, faculty members, academicians, research scholars, and the delegates who are present here. Once again, a warm good afternoon to you all. As we are here for the last technical session, that's the 7th session of this two-day seminar. The session is based on tax incidence, tax evasion, tax avoidance and detection. There is an anecdote that is from Benjamin Franklin. What he says is, in this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. It's a witty way of highlighting the unavoidable nature of taxes. But I should say that this moment, when I look back to the 2 days sessions, it was really immensely rich in all respect. The morning session was also great for you to enlighten your mind. As you all know, always we are very aware of taxes and why we need to pay tax. And tax incidence means who ultimately bears the burden of tax. And what is tax evasion? It is when people intentionally avoid paying taxes. And tax avoidance is using legal means to minimize tax liability. And the person who are here in front of you is to detect what is involved in it. It involves identifying and preventing tax evasion. As you all know, this GST was implemented in July 1st, 2017, and the law was the model of Canadian dual GST. And it is an indirect tax which introduced to replace a host of other indirect taxes such as VAT, service tax, purchase tax, excise duty, and so on and so forth. So why our government introduced GST? It is the one tax that is applicable to all over India to cascade all the indirect other taxes. We are here to listen to the experienced hand, as you heard from the biography or his biodata. He is having a lot of experience in this field. His family itself jointly doing a great job in what is this field meant for, how we can do our taxes in a better way, how we can avoid our taxes correctly, how we can comply with the rules and regulations. All these are explained here with his great experience. In the morning session, we have seen that we should experience it. What should be the outcome of all these sessions? I mean, this is going to be an excellent conclusion of this 2-day international seminar, because in our life it is going to be practiced. How we can do this, how we can excel in this field, how we can direct others to go through all these things, and how we can be a role model to them, how we can become employable. All these things are explained by our chief guest and the speaker of today. So I am thankful to you to be here, and I extend a warm welcome to our eminent speaker. And this session aims to bring to light various aspects associated with this topic, thereby sparkling thoughts, discussions, and stimulating new ideas we are going to generate. We are fortunate to have with us today the distinguished speaker, and without further ado, I invite our speaker, Sri CM Jose Zakaria sir, to come on stage to share his valuable insights. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our resource person of this session, CA Jose Zakaria, Joint Managing Partner, Jackson Associates, Trivandrum.
I also would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Respected chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Srimati Suman Alexander, Mr. Professor, Head of the Department, Professor Benson Kunyun. Then we have also in front of us Dr. K. Daniel Kuti, Secretary, and also we have Mr. Jacob Thomas. I'm sorry, I have met them for the first time. That is the reason I was little bit, I found it little difficult to identify the name. Sorry for that. And also, I don't know, Siraj, I think he hasn't, is he here, sir? No. Then delegates, advisory committee members of this program, HODs of various departments, faculty, students, and online viewers. First of all, I would like to congratulate PG Department of Commerce, Marthoma College, the Indian Accounting Association Kerala branch, and International Skill Development Corporation for jointly organizing this two-day program. Since this seminar is being conducted in a holy atmosphere, I would like to start my speech or to get into the subject in a philosophical way. See, money should have been asked. Today we are going to talk about money. Income is also connected with money, and money is all that we talk about for most of the time. Money should have been as abundant as sunlight, as water, as air. Then why is it so? Why there is such a shortage for money? Why is that there is inequitable distribution of wealth among us? My time is limited. I have identified two reasons for that. One is our greed. Our greed and selfishness is reason for the shortage of money or inequitable distribution. Secondly, our education system. Even if we take an ordinary person, a worker, he has to toil from dawn to dusk to make a living. So this is an atmosphere in which we grow. So what do? We tell our children money is the most important thing. I wish at least money was given second or third position. This would not have been such a big problem. Our topic today is tax which is connected with money. See, sunlight, all of you know that sun has been shining for millions of years. But only very recently has man been able to tap or convert sunlight into electricity. And the day is not far off when about 80 to 90% of all requirements of energy will be met from sun. Similar is our conscious mind. Man has been in existence, I don't know where I am correct, roughly about 200,000 years. That means 2 lakh years. And what is the difference between man and animal? We have a conscious mind. Animal, they have only instinct. Only because we have a conscious mind, I am able to speak over this mic. We are able to sit in this air-conditioned room. We have electricity. We can travel from here to USA in the 12-14 hours. So this has got tremendous capacity. And the most marvelous creation of the nature on earth is our human brain. Brain is the most marvelous creation. And everyone sitting in this hall is blessed with a brain. And conscious mind it is in the brain that the conscious mind sits. So we all have conscious mind compared to animals. But are we making proper use of it? Some of us who lived in the past, they spend their time or conscious mind properly. That's why we have electricity, air conditioning, all kinds of facilities. The problem man faces today is because of the misuse of conscious mind. We fight with each other, we have war, we have atrocities, cruelty, all kinds of nonsense. We have no peace of mind only because we don't properly use our conscious mind. So I feel that our education system should be revamped in such a way that the children should be able to tap this infinite energy from within. What we do is second-hand knowledge. That is not sufficient. You have to tap your energy from within. There is enough energy. I read a book some 50 years back when I was doing my BCom. It's called The Body. You know how they have described the brain? Wonders of the world pale into insignificance compared to the brain. So every girl, every boy, every adult sitting in this room is blessed with this, and that we are not. So that is what is most required for us. And today, with this introduction, because let me get into the subject. See, why do Madam also referred to about the need for collecting tax. Madam referred to it, Madam said we have to collect tax properly, evasion should be done away with, and we should collect as much as. Why do we need this? Every successful country need lot of money for various things. They have to defend the borders. We need money for defending our defense. We need money for developing agriculture. We need money for education. We need money so many other things. For paying the salary to the government staff, for building up infrastructure, for paying interest on borrowed funds. With all this that, so it is essential that we need to have tax. I think you can move on to my slides. So today, the topic for discussion is incidence, evasion, avoidance, and detection. Of the 4 topics, I have only very limited time. Of the 4 topics, the most important topic perhaps would be incidence of tax. As Madam also referred to it, what are the 2 major sources of income for the country, major sources of tax? It is direct tax or indirect tax. What is the difference between direct and indirect tax? Does anyone sitting here know that? Can you give an example of what an indirect direct tax is? Pardon? Income tax. Why is it called direct tax? The fundamental difference is that as regards direct tax is concerned, you have to pay it from your pocket. And it is based on the income that you earn or the assets which you own. So if your income exceeds certain limits, definitely you have to pay income tax from your pocket. I'll come to it. Now let us try to understand what is indirect tax. Indirect tax means the tax which you collect from X and pay to the exchequer. You are only a collecting agent. You are doing a great service to the nation. This is what indirect tax is. So you can, we are on slide number. Direct tax we have mentioned, indirect tax we have mentioned. And the best example of indirect tax is GST. Madam also referred to GST, how GST came into existence. Before 1/7/2017, we had lot of indirect taxes because it was the purview. We had what is called central list and state list. State alone had the right to collect tax on goods, sale of goods. Central government had alone the right to collect tax on manufacture and services and things like that. So our constitution had to be amended because by amending the constitution, states were enabled to collect tax on services and manufacture also. And central government was enabled to collect tax, so they got the authority to collect tax on sale of goods, so they joined together. Earlier we had Central Excise and Customs Department, and at state level we had VAT or GST, Sale Tax Department. They all merged together. So state department and they merged together and they started collecting taxes together. Suppose you buy an air conditioner, you pay the highest rate of GST, it is 28%. You verify that bill, 14% is, total is 28%. And if you verify, you can say KGST 14%, CGST 14%. So they collect, the collection is, they collect the money, they pay the tax together by chellan, and state government takes their share and central government takes their share. And along with that, I will also talk about incidence of tax. In addition, you have got IGST. What is IGST? Integrated goods and services. When does IGST, when do you have to pay IGST? When you enter into interstate transactions. If you buy from the same state and sell in the same state, you collect CGST, KGST and CGST. This is one incidence of tax. And again now, my time is limited, so I'll speak for 5 more minutes and conclude my talk on incidence of tax as GST is concerned. If you take Kerala state of Kerala, if you are a professional, I am a professional chartered accountant. If somebody said is an engineer or architect, we are carrying on profession. The moment your turnover exceeds 20 lakhs in a year, you are compulsorily get yourself registered under the Goods GST Act and collect tax. But if you are a dealer in goods, your incidence of tax will apply only when your turnover exceeds 40 lakhs in a year. If your turnover doesn't exceed 40 lakhs in a year, there is no compulsion for you to get yourself registered. There is no incidence of tax. You can carry on business. But it is not you have the freedom, even if your turnover is less than 40 lakhs in the case of a trader, or if your turnover is less than 20 lakhs in the case of a professional, you still have the freedom to get yourself registered and pay. Once you get registered, means you collect tax. This is with regard to incidence of tax. Then, and coming to the rates at which tax, there are 100 many. Actually, GST Act, if you look at the GST Act, it is a very complicated, very difficult to understand for. They should not have made it so difficult. Still, it is very difficult to understand. I don't have the time to go into the complexities of it. So this is with regard to GST and how do you pay the tax. That is one more thing. If your turnover is less than 5 crore, you have to file your GST return only quarterly. But you have to pay the tax, the money which you collect has to be paid every month. If your turnover is more, you have to file your GST returns on a monthly basis. But you have also, even if your turnover is less than 5 crore, still you can pay your, you can file your returns on a monthly basis and pay taxes. I think this is somewhat clear to you. This is all I can tell you within a short period of time. I think you have understood what GST is. GST was formed by subsuming 23 different acts belonging to the state and to the central. They joined together, and now there is only one department, GST department. Earlier we had, each state had their own, a lot of octroyees, GST, customs, a lot of customs is still there. Then you have this central excise, lot of octroi, special excise duty, many things were. I think if I remember correctly, 23 indirect taxes were subsumed to form GST. Now it is, actually the mechanism is very simple. Then now let me come to new trends. Say now let us come to income tax, incidence of tax under the Income Tax Act. What are the factors that determine the incidence of tax under the Income Tax Act? One factor which determines the incidence of tax under the income tax is heads of income. Secondly, types. Factors which determine that slide. You can. Heads of income. Type of associates. I think I can't see it from here. Okay. Residential status of the associate. Residential status associate. Country in which income is generated. These are the 4 factors. Now let us try to understand what are the heads of income. Common students might have learned all these things in your BCom class or in MCom class, but I'll just briefly, from a practical point of view, I'll just explain it to you. Go. Okay, thank you madam for giving me one more mic. So I'll keep it open, okay? Say income from salaries. No, how is the incidence of tax? The topic which now we are going to ask when it comes to incidence of tax, we are income from salaries. Many of you sitting here are getting salary, and they have to pay tax when you receive salary. So the framing of the income tax is such a way that under each head of account, they give the method which income is to be computed, and in the head of income itself they give some deductions. In addition, there are other deductions. There are incomes which you do not form part of in the chapter 3. There are incomes which you do not form part of total income. You don't have to pay tax at all. I'll come to it. Now, income from salary, there is a blanket deduction of 50,000 rupees. Blanket deduction of 50,000 rupees. But if you come to income from house property, there also, in the head itself, you can deduct 30% towards repairs and maintenance. It is immaterial. You don't have to prove that you have incurred any expenditure for repairs and maintenance. Even without that, you are allowed a blanket deduction. This is one part of one topics which we are going to discuss is this, that is tax avoidance. So there are ways and means by which the same income can be shown as rental income. In that case, you are getting a state deduction of 30%. Lot of plannings are there available in the income tax side. Then profits and gains from business or profession. This is a very complicated thing. It starts from section 28 to 44, 45. And in every section there are subsections. Depreciation, what else you can, anything that has a connection or nexus with the income which you can claim. The beauty of profits and gains of business is that any expenditure you can claim. If you are a salaried employee, you can deduct only 50,000 rupees. If you derive income from house property, I forgot to point out one thing. In the case of computation of income on house property, you can also deduct interest paid on borrowed funds and also municipal taxes. In addition to this, the additional 30%, you can also claim that also. After claiming that, you get what is called annual gross value. From that, you can deduct 30%. I know this subject is not that very interesting. It is very difficult to keep you awake in an afternoon session like this. And there is no scope for stories. If time permits, I'll narrate a small story taking about 2-3 minutes. That's all I can do for you. So, pardon? Okay. Profits and gains from business or profit, a very complicated thing. Depreciation is very complicated. Different rates are there. Very, very complicated thing. Usually, you need the help of a chartered accountant, a professional accountant, an experienced accountant to compute your tax, the income under the head profits and gains of business or profession. Then you have another head called capital gains, my favorite subject. Lot of people from different parts of Kerala approach me just for consulting on capital gains tax. It's a very interesting section. What is the difference between profits and gains and capital gains? The peculiarity or the interesting factor about capital, it affects everybody. Even if you sell gold, there is capital gain. Even if you sell your house, there is capital gain. Anything which comes under the definition of capital asset is so even if you sell some gold and if your income is above a certain limit, you will have to pay tax. And one more thing about capital gains is tax. The rates are fixed for each item. It doesn't vary according to the amount of income which you generate. There are no slabs. It's a flat slab, 20%. If it is share and it is 10%, short term, different types are there. I'll come to it later. Anyway, capital gains are very important. What is the difference between capital gain and profits and gains? Can anyone tell? In the case of profits and gains, you carry on a business or you carry on a profession. This is the income which you earn from your investments. You don't put in any extra effort. If you are interested, you can invest in some shares. If you do day trading, it is not capital gain, it is profits and gains of business. But if you invest the money and keep quiet, you don't do anything, any extra effort. You invest, you buy a 10 cents of land or a piece of land, you just sleep over it. After a few years, you get a huge profit. You have to pay tax on that. And many of us are not aware of it. Why? And there is one more reason why we are not aware of the incidence of tax on capital gain is that there is one major exemption given under the capital gains, that is rural agricultural land. You may get crores and crores of rupees. Many people crores of rupees when government took over the land for widening of road, for constructing airport, seaport. Government took over the land, very, very handsome price they gave. And government deducted tax at 10%. Many had to pay tax. But when it comes to capital gain, there is one more thing you have to understand. There is a small act which is only 30 or less than 100 pages. I don't exactly remember the name of that. It is with regard to compensation paid for compulsory acquisition. That right. Under that, special exemption is given for compulsory acquisition by the government for certain specific purpose. Many of the chartered accountants did not know about, because they were always referring to income tax sites. I had the fortune to make use of this and saved lot of rupees, lot of money for many of my clients, because it was not in work. Chartered accountant, income tax department also not aware of this particular rights. Initially they challenged it. They say it is not an income tax act. I told them no. This I say the same parliament passed this particular act. The same parliament which passed income tax act passed this. So it is applicable. Initially they refused it. We had to go in appeal. Later on they accepted it. So this, you be careful about that. If government acquires any land, in certain cases you don't have to be any amount as tax. This is the instance of right with regard to capital gain. How much time? So capital gain is very interesting. Even if you sell gold, it can attract. Then what is income from other sources? What is income from other sources? If you can also, under the income tax act, when you file your income tax return, there are various types of income tax returns. Individuals there is one, company there is, charitable trust there is one. Lot of forms are there. Every year the government notifies the various returns. You have to go through, find out, then only you can file the return. If you cannot include the income which you earn under any of the above four heads, it comes under income from other sources. Dividend is taxable. It comes under the gut, income from other sources. You have deposits with banks. Income from, this comes under income from sources. I would, let me deviate a little bit. One excellent way of tax planning is, we have that topic also in this seminar, in this particular discussion. If you keep money in bank, you get only very low interest, but you have to pay tax at this applicable rates. Same money, if you are intelligent enough, if you invest in shares, the tax rate is only 10%. And not only that, there is a basic exemption of 1 lakh. It's an excellent way for plan, but you should be a shrewd, intelligent investor. If you are intelligent enough, you can make much more than what you, especially youngsters, they can make much more than what you invest in the bank deposits. I think these are the heads of income. Then you also have types of associates. Types of associates. Who has to pay tax? On whose shoulders income tax? One is individuals. Individuals have to pay tax. Suppose we two form a partnership and that firm has got income. You have to again pay tax on that. Or if you form a private limited company, that company has to pay tax. Any entity that create will have to pay tax, except charitable institutions, subject to certain conditions. Even then they have to file your income tax return. There is no blanket exemption for churches or for religious or other charitable organization. Exemption is subject to certain conditions only. Then limited liability partnership and firms are treated as at par for the purpose of income tax. The limited companies I told you, cooperative societies, they have to pay tax. Association of persons and body of individuals. For example, you stay in a flat. There are 50 residents in that apartment. You all join together for some common purpose. And you put the money, you collect money from the members. You put that money in bank. Interest on that is bank. But you are eligible for this slab rate. That is only advantage. So even if you form a just their residence association, that has to pay tax. And many residence associations do not know this. Now you cannot escape. Now everything there is a pan. Government gets all the information. There is something called annual information statement. Government has access to everything. When it comes to detection, if time permits, I'll deal with that. Now the information technology has so much advanced. Nothing escapes from the notice of the government. Everything there. You go to GST department. I very often go there for audit when I get a notice for my clients. They have more information than us because everything is done electronically. I will come to this. I don't want to spend my time now on that. Now next is exemption limit. This is something which you have to understand. Individuals and some registered association of persons enjoy the benefit of basic exemption as well as slab rate. Now you have two regimes of income tax, regimes of rates. Old regime and the new regime. Why government has introduced this new regime is that they want to take away all this. They want to simplify the act. They want to take away all the deductions under Chapter C, investment in LIC or similar other investments. All those things they want to take away. So what they have done is, you are given the option. You can either go by the old regime or by the new regime. So as an individual, if you are an income tax assessee, you have to compulsorily work out which one is more advantageous. You work out your tax liability under the old regime and under the new regime, and you find out which is beneficial to you, and you opt. Once you opt that, there is some restriction for changing in the next year. So you have to be very careful while you deal with this option of, which option you take, old regime or new regime. What's the difference between new regime? Let us go through the slide and find out what is the difference between, say, if you go to the old regime, rates are slab is low. So you are at a disadvantage. But the advantage is that you can claim all deductions. If you make investment in LIC, or if you put money in PPF, or if you invest in certain mutual fund, you get all those exemptions. Or in children's education, many things are there. All those things you get with regard to old regime. Under the new regime, many of these sections are done away with. But it is more advantage in the sense that, for example, under the old regime, there is no tax up to 2.5 lakhs. But you look at the new regime, there is no tax if your income does not exceed 25,000 rupees a month. Again, the next slab is 2.25 lakhs. But as against that, the second 3 to 6 lakhs is the slab. Rate of tax is the same, but slab is high. So you pay less amount. Then 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, it is 20%, whereas 6 to 9 lakhs only 10%. Under the old regime, you had to pay tax at the rate of 20%. Under the new regime, you had to pay only at the rate of 10%. But disadvantage is that you are prohibited from claiming many of the deductions which are available under the old regime. Now, above 10 lakhs, it is 30%. Here you see 30% slab comes only when your income exceeds 15 lakhs. That's advantage with regard to new regime. No incidence of tax. By incidence of tax, the rate is very low. You pay 30% only when your income exceeds 15 lakhs. Under old regime, you also take active interest. Otherwise, it will be so boring to listening to me. Look at the slide, try to understand it. It is beneficial as an individual, as an income tax assessee, it is actually beneficial to you. Hello? Pardon? There is no, you can opt in the income tax return, you can opt. Once you opt for a particular scheme, there are sections for that. You have to stick on with that for a few years, that is all. Some 3-4 years you have to stick on with that. I think you can do it only once. I'm not very sure. So this year you opt for old. Second year you opt for new. You can do one shifting is permitted. Pardon? Pardon? Salaried? No. Anybody can. Even association of persons also is illegal. I am only talking about this slab. See, once you determine your income, and if you are an individual or an association of persons, you can go for this. That is the advantage of this. So it depends upon your whether you are an individual. But company, this is not possible. This new scheme and old scheme, new regime and old regime is applicable only for individuals and association of persons like residents association. Or a lot of conditions are attached to it. It's not that straight away you don't get it. I think that's all I would like to spend my time on. New regime, all you for the time you understand that. Students, please understand that now you have two regimes of taxation, one for individuals and some association of persons. And when you advise somebody, always compute it in both ways and find out which is advantageous and go by it. And as she has raised a question whether you have to stick on with it. And I think I'm not very sure for the time being, but you can do it once. After that, you have to continue it for a few more years. Tax on capital gain. This is very interesting. Even in my office, many of my students, they deal in shares. It's an easy way to make money. It is risky, though it is risky, it is an easy way to make money. So capital gain tax, as I told you, this is only head of income. This is only head of income where you have separate rates for tax. You don't go by slab. Slab വെച്ചല്ല പോകുന്നത്. അല്പം മലയാളം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്ന് എന്നോട് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു. അല്പം ആ സ്ലാബ് വെച്ചല്ല ഇത് പോകുന്നത്. ഇതിന് ഫിക്സ്ഡ് റേറ്റ് ആണ്. ഫിക്സ്ഡ് റേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഇഫ് യു ഡിറൈവ് നിങ്ങൾ ഷെയർ വിറ്റ് പണം ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു 10% ഉള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ മുമ്പ് ടാക്സ് പ്ലാനിങ്ങിനകത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു ഈ ഷെയറിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന റിസ്കി ആണെങ്കിലും ഒരുപാട് ടാക്സ് അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ഉണ്ട്. വൺ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ഈസ് 1 ലക്ഷം വരെ അതിനകത്ത് ബേസിക് എക്സംപ്ഷൻ തന്നെയാണ്. സെക്കൻഡ്ലി സ്ലാബ്സ് കുറവ് 10%. വളരെ ഈസി ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാവുന്നൊരു കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. നമ്മുടെ വളരെ കുറച്ച് പേര് അതിനകത്ത് ഞാനൊക്കെ കുറേ പൈസ അതിനകത്ത് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. വലിയ കുഴപ്പമൊന്നും പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. സൂക്ഷിച്ചൊക്കെ പോകണമെന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഡേ ട്രേഡിങ്ങിന് പോകരുത്. വെരി ഡേഞ്ചറസ് ആണ്. യു വിൽ ലൂസ് മണി ഇഫ് യു ഗോ ഫോർ ഡേ ട്രേഡിങ്. ഇഫ് യു ആർ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റർ യു വിൽ നോട്ട് ലൂസ്. There are certain criteria that you should find out whether the company is debt free, whether the company has been paying dividend over the past 3-4 years, and what is the management, what is the area, the field of activity. For example, if you buy shares related to railways, so energy, solar energy, all these things, there is a lot of, you have to be careful. You have to also look for the managers, only a small deviation to keep you interested, that's all. Land and buildings, capital gain, the rate is, you look there, rate is 20%. The holding period was reduced from 3 years to 2 years. Earlier, you had to hold a land for minimum 36 months to get the benefit of long-term capital gain for reduced rate of tax. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 30% നമ്മൾ നോർമൽ റേറ്റിൽ പോകും. ആ സ്ലാബ് റേറ്റ് ഭയങ്കര കോംപ്ലിക്കേറ്റഡ് ആണ്. പിന്നെ ഏറ്റവും കാര്യമായിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ട സാധനം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് റൂറൽ അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ ലാൻഡ്. I already mentioned about it. Depending upon the population in a particular municipality, in a local body, in a corporation, you can decide which are the areas coming under rural agricultural land. If you make crores and crores of rupees, by selling agricultural land, there is no tax. For example, if you know some gold leaders, they all have black money, I know that. They all have land. At one time, land in Tamil Nadu was very cheap, especially Tirunelveli area. It was a rain shadow area. All these gold merchants, they acquired a lot of, because there is land ceiling there. They went there and bought land. They didn't do any cultivation. Whatever black money they show it under the head, income from agriculture, and they didn't pay tax. Only the slab will go up. This tax planning was being used extensively by gold merchants. So this is one advantage. We have to always then again coming back to residential individual, you see the basic exemption. Next slide. Residence individual 2.5 lakhs. New regime basic exemption is freezed at 3 lakhs. But under the old regime, senior citizens 60 to 79 years 3 lakhs. Resident super citizen 5 lakhs. Then one more, I think I forgot to tell you about one thing. Under the new regime, if your income is below 7 lakhs, you get a rebate of some 25,000 rupees, which means if you earn less than 7 lakh rupees, there is no income tax. Under the old regime, it was only 5 lakhs. So under the new regime, suppose any one of you, your income is below 7 lakhs, no tax. There is something called surcharge. When I talk about incidence of tax, there is something called surcharge. If your income is below 50 lakhs, if you are an individual or association of persons, there is no surcharge. If your income is 50 to 1 crore, it is 10%. 1 crore to 2 crore, 15%. Above 2 crore, it was 20. There was one more slab earlier, 30%, that has been withdrawn. Now, if your income is above 2 crore, in addition to tax, you have to pay surcharge at the rate of 25%. That is, in effect, if you are an individual, your tax rate can go up to maximum 39%, including your tax rate plus your surcharge plus cess at the rate of 4%. Domestic companies, 1 crore to 10 crore, surcharge is 7, above 10 crore, 12 lakhs. All those slides, it's available with you, you can make use of it. Partnership firm, there is no slab system, flat 30%. Companies turnover exceeding 400 crores, it is there. I think it is all boring, you go through it. I don't want to take away because I may have to cut short my speech, though I am given 1 year. So I want to, wherever possible, I would like to save my time there. Incidence of tax also depends upon your residential status. That is very important. Now, next slide is residential status. Incidence of tax also depends upon your number of days stay in India. If you are a resident or if you are a non-resident, and if you have income in India, you will have to pay tax. But there is one great disadvantage here. By any chance, if your period of stay exceeds 182 days, you have to pay global income. You have to tax on global income. For that, there is some, I'll come to that later. And moreover, suppose you have got lot of income, rental income, interest income, NRO, not NRE is totally exempt. And if your income is say 15 lakhs, those persons should be careful. They should not stay in India for more than 120 days. Ordinary person, they can stay up to 182 days your income earned abroad will not be subject to tax. But on the other hand, if your income earned in India is more than 15 lakhs, you cannot stay here for that. You can stay, no problem, you will not pay tax. Another incidence of tax is country in which income is generated. You may be non-resident, you may be a person of Indian origin, but if the income is generated in India, you have to simply pay tax. No way. This one disadvantage is something very interesting for you to understand. See, I told you, incidence of tax depends upon many factors. And one factor is your stay. And another factor is country in which income is generated. See, the disadvantage I tell you. I have some rental income in America, USA, or some other country. So what happens? I am a resident. I stay in India for more than 182 days or 120 days as the case may be. Global income is taxable. So India takes income tax on your income earned abroad also. What about USA? They will also charge income tax. Why? Income is generated in that country. Do you appreciate this? ഞാനൊരു റെസിഡൻറ്റ് ഇന്ത്യനാണ് എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുക. ഞാൻ 152 ദിവസത്തിൽ കൂടുതൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 100 ദിവസത്തിൽ കൂടുതൽ സ്റ്റേ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ എന്ത് പറ്റും? ഞാൻ ഗ്ലോബൽ ഇൻകം, ഞാൻ ലോകത്ത് എവിടെയൊക്കെ പണം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ അതിനെല്ലാം ഞാൻ ടാക്സ് കൊടുക്കണം. പക്ഷെ അമേരിക്ക എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അവർ പറയും പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അവർ പറയും ഇൻകം ഈസ് ജനറേറ്റഡ് ഇൻ മൈ കൺട്രി, the building is situated in my land, you simply pay tax. So what happens? Double taxation. India, സാറേ എനിക്ക് എൻ്റെ ടൈമിൽ അപ്പോൾ എന്ത് പറ്റി? ഇന്ത്യ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ടാക്സ് ചെയ്യും, യു എസ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ടാക്സ് ചെയ്യും. ഇതിനെന്ത് പറയും? ഡബിൾ ടാക്സേഷൻ എന്ത് പറയും? പക്ഷെ അപ്പം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു? അപ്പം ഈ ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ അവോയ്ഡ് എത്ര മിനിറ്റോട് പറയാൻ വേണം? അപ്പോൾ എന്ത് പറ്റി? അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ കൺട്രികളെല്ലാം അവിടെ തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ട് ട്രീറ്റി ഉണ്ടാക്കി. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേക സംവിധാനമൊക്കെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഓർക്കുന്നില്ല. ട്രീറ്റി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് 84 രാജ്യങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് ഇന്ത്യ ഒരു ട്രീറ്റി എൻ്റർ ചെയ്തു. എന്നിട്ട് ആ ട്രീറ്റിയുടെ പേരാണ് ഡബിൾ ടാക്സേഷൻ avoidance agreements. This is very important for students to understand. It is possible that when you go for an interview, someone put up a question, what is double taxation avoidance agreement? It is a treaty entered between two countries with the sole intention of what? Avoiding two countries paying tax for the same income. So what's the advantage of if suppose India has entered into double taxation agreement with 84 countries? So what is the advantage? Whatever tax you paid in USA, India government gives you a rebate. They will take the charge, okay. But what the advantage you have is that whatever tax you paid abroad can be deducted from the tax payable. This is what is called disadvantage. I think I will just move on to evasion and these incidents. I think you are already getting both. എന്തോ നോക്കാം, ഓടിച്ചാണ് കവർ ചെയ്തില്ലെന്ന് വേണ്ട. I have only very limited time, so I'll talk a few minutes on tax evasion. All of you know what tax evasion is. The tax evasion is nothing but the tax which you are liable to pay to the government you don't pay. You try to avoid it. you cheat the government. I'll give you one example. Due to constraints of time, I'll just give one or two examples. If you take the state of Kerala, maximum tax evasion is taking place in real estate sector. Because if you show, there is something called stamp duty value. You sell a property for 2 crore. Stamp duty says you have to, as per the stamp duty value, it is only 1 crore 50 lakhs. So you show that value only in the documents. The advantage is that as far as the seller is concerned, he doesn't have to pay capital gains tax on 50 lakhs. As far as the buyer is concerned, he doesn't have to pay stamp duty at the rate of 10% on this 50 lakhs. Instead of paying stamp duty on 2 crore, you pay stamp duty on 150, resulting in a saving. As far as the state government is concerned, they are losing revenue by way of less stamp duty. And as far as central government is concerned, they are not getting tax on capital gain. And how do they manage this? Either you pay in cash, but this area is, this loophole is going to be plugged soon, because in 4 metropolitan cities, they have introduced e-rupee. Once e-rupee is introduced, the advantage is that, the disadvantage for the culprit is that most probably 500 rupee notes also will be withdrawn. So if you want to know how much balance you have to look into your mobile. There is no hard currency. There is no money in your purse. You are actually interacting directly with the Reserve Bank of India through the medium bank. And 4 cities, I don't know what is the success rate. 4 metropolitan cities, they have only introduced it. So if it becomes successful, slowly they will, what will they do? They will expand it to other states, and that is with regard to, and one more thing is that government has a lot of information. There is something called annual information statement. Government collects all the information from sub-registry office, from bank, from stock exchange. They have all the information. And that statement is called annual information statement. The moment you file your return, government has got a mechanism, which is done by the machine, a mechanism for comparing the income returned by you and the income appearing in the annual information statement. So if there is any differences, they will send you notice. So you cannot, very difficult. You cannot evade tax at all, because government has that much of information. Then there is something called AS26, where you get all the information with regard to tax directed at source. That is outside the scope of my presentation, so I have not, even otherwise I don't have sufficient time to discuss those things. Anyway, for the time you understand that government has, it was not unlike earlier days, unless there is total evasion. I mean, if only you can, as far as GST is concerned, evasion is possible if you sell something by cash. If you transport goods beyond 50,000 rupees, there is something called e-way bill. That means the moment goods are transported, government gets information. It gets reflected in the portal, GST portal, under the particular GST name. So if you are intercepted, what happens? You have to pay a heavy penalty. Very difficult to move goods beyond 50,000 rupees without an e-way bill. Secondly, one more thing they have introduced. If your turnover is more than 5 crore, there is called e-billing. The moment I sell goods to you, what's your name, sir? Suppose I sell Mohan sir, ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ടേണോർ 5 കോടിയാണ്, ഞാൻ മോഹൻ സാറിന് ഗുഡ്സ് വിൽക്കുന്നു, ഒരു AC വിൽക്കുന്നു. വിൽക്കുന്ന മോമെൻറ്റിൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഇ ബില്ല് റേസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. ഇ ബില്ല് റേസ് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്? The bill particulars are reflected in the GST portal. So I have a GST name, so you cannot evade tax. Okay, sir. So I will take only just 5 minutes more to conclude my presentation on tax incidents, avoidance, detection, etc., etc. I may not be talking anything about detection, but I would like to say something about avoidance. Instead of explaining in detail, I'll give a simple example. Suppose there are 4 adults in the family. There are 4 adults in the family. Make each one of them an associate. That is one method of tax planning. My time is out. I'm concluding my presentation on this particular paper. I would like to thank Marthoma College of Science and Technology for the opportunity given to giving me. I would also like to thank the audience for your patience, and thank you one and all. And I welcome you, sir, on behalf of my own organization and on behalf of Marthoma College. I'm a chartered in practice. The firm name is Jacks and Associates. I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your contribution and inspiring us with new thoughts and ideas. Now, I would like to invite Dr. S. Purushothaman, Assistant Professor of Ishwari Engineering College, Chennai, to present a memento to our resource person, C.A. Joe Sakria, sir, to express our gratitude. I would also like to request C.A. Joe Zachariah, sir, to present a memento to our chairperson of the session, Dr. Suman Alexander. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Sona T. Saj, student of Marthoma College, to propose the vote of thanks.
A warm good afternoon to one and all, respected dignitaries of and on the dais. Here comes the end of our 7th technical section of 2nd International Conference on New Trends in Commerce Management and Economics in the Digital Era. I'm Sona Thomas Saj on behalf of Marthoma College and Science and Technology. It's my honor and privilege to give vote of thanks to those who are presented for this conference. First, I would thank Almighty God for guiding us. Then I thank the resource person of the session, Mr. C.A. Joe Sakria, Joint Manager Partner, Jackson Associate Trivandrum, for enlightening our knowledge about tax incidents, evasion, avoidance and detection. Thank you, sir, for spending your valuable time with us. Now I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Suman Alexander, former principal at St. Gregorio's College, Kottarakara, presently Vice Principal at KVBS College and Science and Technology, Adu, for chairing this section. We are really thankful, ma'am, for being with us. Thank you, ma'am. Now I thank Principal Dr. K. Jacob for his constant support for conducting this international seminar. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Benson Kunyan, sir, the head of the department and the general convener, for being a godfather for us. Thank you for providing us a golden opportunity for attending such incredible conference. And once again, I'm thanking him for welcoming the gathering to the section. I thank all the department faculties and the volunteers who have devoted their efforts and dedication for the success of this 2nd international conference. Last but not the least, I thank each and every delegate for making this session success through their participation. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon to one and all present. We request our principal, Dr. Jacob K., Professor Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar, C.A. Joe Sekaria, Mr. M. Abraham, Dr. Jacob Thomas, Senior Faculty, Dr. Benson Kunyan, Head of the Department, Mr. M. Abraham, Treasurer, Marthoma Etark. These esteemed guests are requested to occupy their seats on the dais. It's with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the valedictory session of the second international conference organized by the PG Department of Commerce, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur. We have witnessed insightful discussions, fruitful collaborations, and the exchange of innovative ideas among experts and scholars from around the globe. The valedictory session marks not only the conclusion of this conference, but also a moment of reflection and celebration of our collective achievements. It is an opportunity to acknowledge the insights gained, the connections forged, and the ideas ignited during our time together. It is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing the frontiers of commerce and fostering global collaboration. Once again, a hearty welcome to all. Let's begin the valedictory session by invoking the blessings of Almighty God. I invite the department choir to lead the prayer, and let us all rise.
Feeling thy presence, feeling thy grace, feeling thy radiance. You are my source of faith and strength. You are my path and destination, and I am always connected to you. Nothing of me and everything of you. Lead me higher, lead me deeper, lead me beyond, lead me to you. Lead me higher, lead me deeper, let me beyond, let me to you.
Please be seated. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Jacob Thomas, Senior Professor from the PG Department of Commerce, for the welcome speech.
A warm good afternoon to all. Esteemed guests on the dais, Professor Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar, Registrar, University of Kerala, Dr. K. Jacob, the Principal of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Ayur, Chartered Accountant Sri Jose Zakaria, Jacks and Associates, Mr. M. Abraham, Treasurer of the Marthoma Etar, Dr. Benson Kunjunya, the Head of the Department of Commerce and the General Convener, invited guests, resource persons, faculty members, delegates, students, and friends. We are witnessing the valedictory function of the two-day international conference jointly organized by the Postgraduate Department of Commerce, Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Indian Accounting Association Kerala branch, and International Skill Development Corporation. We had the privilege of having Dr. Mohanan Kundumbel, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Science and University of Kerala, to inaugurate the conference yesterday. This conference, spanning 2 days, has been meticulously designed and arranged in 7 technical sessions comprising paper presentations and interactive sessions. It has been a platform for the participants across the globe, including academicians, faculty members in the field of commerce, management, and economics, to share their research with experts, while also paving way for establishing international professional connections in this area. The digital economy has emerged as an innovative economy that utilizes digital technologies and electronic communication to conduct economic and business activities across a wide range of sectors, including e-commerce, digital marketing, digital financial services, software development, computer games, cloud services, and the like. It is recognized as the primary drive for economic growth and development in many advanced countries and is continuously expanding due to its significant input in commerce, management, and economics. The various topics and areas discussed these 2 days conferences include: 1. Emerging landscape of US dollar money and potential rise in BRICS currencies. Secondly, implication of climate change on developing countries. Thirdly, sustainability in marketing for value creation. 4. Hospitality, a tool for sustainable tourism. 5. Tech-embedded innovative teaching learning methods in finance and accounting. 6. Green supply chain. And the last one is tax, incidents, evasion, avoidance, and detections. Our conference attracted delegates from across the world to explore their knowledge at the international level. Let me acknowledge over 500 researchers, academicians, and students from various parts of our country and abroad were attended this conference and registered for that, participated in it. The conference has received more than 220 research papers, whereby 165 papers have been accepted by the committee for presentation and which is to be included in the conference proceedings. The resource persons for the conference are internationally renowned personalities. Dr. Indrajit Aponsu from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Dr. B.A. Nuresh Randa from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Professor Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Joint Vice President of Indian Accounting Association, Head and Dean, Faculty of Commerce, University of Kerala. Chartered Accountants Sri Josh Zakaria, Jack and Associates, Trivandrum. Professor Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, Principal, JP College, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Reggie D. Nair, Higher Education Technology from UAE. And Dr. Kannan, Professor Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai. As I stand here to welcome the dignitaries on and off the dais, I cannot be without expressing my sense of happiness and contentment in the success of the conference. On that note, let me accord a warm welcome to Professor Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar, the Registrar of University of Kerala. Has 24 years of academic and administrative experience. His contribution as Principal to KSM DB College, Shastangota, and Sri Ayyappa College, Eramelikara has immense. A veteran in the field of research, Anil Kumar sir has 26 research papers and 6 books to his credit. He has participated and presented papers at 8 international and 19 national conferences. The University of Kerala has also benefited immensely through his contributions as member Academic Council, member Faculty of Applied Science, member Board of Studies in Future Studies, Chairman of the CDIT, Head of the IT Division. The list is endless. I consider it as a great personal pride to welcome Anil Kumar sir to this validity session. I warmly welcome our Principal Dr. K. Jacob, who presides over this function. His timely guidance and support have been instrumental in the success of this conference. A warm welcome you, dear sir, to this session. Chartered Accountant Josh Zakaria is a Senior Chartered Accountant in Jackson Associates, Trivandrum. Also the Chairman of Tirunelveli branch of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Kerala Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He took the last technical session related to the tax matters because he is a veteran in tax auditing, financial reporting, and corporate taxes. I am extremely happy and privileged to welcome dear Josh Zakaria sir to this platform. Sri M. Abraham sir, the Treasurer of the Marthoma et al., and has been in the forefront and guide to offer financial support for the conference. I extend a warm welcome to Sri M. Abraham sir. I also welcome Dr. Benson Kunjun, the Head of the Department of Commerce and General Convener of the conference, who is a person behind all the activities of the conference. A warm welcome to you, sir, to this session. The Secretary of the Marthoma Etar, Dr. K. Darialutti sir, is also with us. A warm welcome to you, sir, for this session. A panel of research experts, resource persons, chairpersons of the various technical sessions are with us today. Dr. B. Kalerisan from DDRC Hindu College of Tamil Nadu, Dr. V. Kalesh Selvam from Jain College, Chennai, Dr. S. Purushothaman from Ishwara Engineering College, Chennai, Dr. Veeramani G. Wells University College, Chennai, Dr. Suman Alexander, former principal of St. Giros College, Kottarakara, Dr. K.C. Matthew, former principal of Government College as well as Marthoma College, Dr. Radha Raman Pillai, sir, head of the Department of English of the Marthoma College. A warm welcome to you, sir, for this session, maybe. In a word, let me also welcome the managing board members of the ETAR, the other departments of the other departments, faculty members, non-teaching staff of the college, and my dear students. A warm welcome to you all to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Let me now invite the respected principal of our college, Dr. Jacob K., for the presidential address. Sir, please.
Chief guest of the concluding session and Registrar of University of Kerala, Dr. K.S. Anilkumar, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, participants, professors, a warm greetings. We are approaching the conclusion of the two-day session of the international conference organized by the Commerce Department of Marthoma College. 500 participants participated online or in the offline mode. 220 papers presented. Ideas were exchanged. We have great speakers, very motivating, inspiring speakers were there. So good ideas, research topics were discussed. You made friendships and collaborations. So I think this conference was a grand success. What will be the after effect of this conference? If some of you are inspired by this conference to do your research, it will be a positive outcome. I am sure that the 220 papers will contribute towards the generation of knowledge, definitely. So that will be another impact of this conference. In the opening day, our Vice Chancellor was mentioning about Vikasit Bharat. When we complete 100 years of independence in 2047, our leaders dream India to become a developed nation. If India wants to become a developed nation by 2047, the economy has to grow at a faster pace. We have to accelerate our economic growth. We have the example of China, how China progressed. China was an ordinary country. It opened up its market. Private investments were allowed. Foreign investments were allowed. They invested on innovation and research. They invested on innovation and research. So this is our contribution towards research, this conference. So any society, any country that want to progress should invest in innovation and research. So, in case of China, it is very evident and clear. It devalued its money. What is the effect of devaluation of money? The Chinese product will be available at a low price. That is the devalue. Of course, their exports will be much costlier, but their imports, China's imports will be costlier, but they can very easily export things at a low price. So we have several examples for India to become a developed nation. Now the government, both state government and central government, are promoting entrepreneurship. They are promoting innovations. In Kerala, we have the Young Innovators Program, YIP. For the central government, the Adult Innovation Mission is there. So governments are promoting innovation. And governments are promoting startups. There are several schemes. In Kerala, we have the Startup Mission. Central government has several schemes. The Startup Mission is there. The Stand-up Mission of India is there. Several schemes are there. So, if the youths, if the students before me, if you have an innovative idea, if you have the confidence, don't hesitate. You should take part in the development of this nation. You should contribute to the development of this nation. If you start your own business, you are not just making money. You are contributing to the development of the nation. You are creating jobs. You are helping others to get their livelihood. You are becoming a leader. You are serving the society. There are about 150 unicorns in India. A unicorn is a startup company having a net worth of $1 billion, more than 8,000 crore. Youngsters like you, students like you, started these startups. So it is your time. So I hope that at least a few will be inspired to start your own entrepreneurship. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the head of the department, Dr. Benson Kunyuny, professor of the department, Dr. Jacob Thomas, the faculty of the department, the students, for their dedicated efforts to make this conference a grand success. So let us carry forward the spirit of innovation and research. Let us carry forward the spirit of entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. K.S. Anilkumar, Registrar, University of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. He has twice served as a member of the University Academic Council. Additionally, he has served as a principal in Devasam Board Colleges before being appointed as a principal of Kumbalatha Shangavilai Memorial Devasam Board College at Shastamkota. He has 24 years of teaching experience and serves as a research guide. He completed his MTech and PhD from Kerala University. Previously, Dr. K.S. Anilkumar worked as the head of the State IT Mission for E-Governance and as a nodal officer for the E-Government Procurement Project. Currently, he also holds additional responsibilities as the head of the Travancore Devasam Board IT Mission and as a nodal officer for the Shabarimala Pilgrim Management System. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us today. With utmost respect, I invite Dr. K.S. Anilkumar for delivering the keynote address and for the valedictory speech. Sir, please.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all. First of all, I am congratulating the principal, HOD, and the faculty members of this prestigious institution for organizing such a wonderful international conference. So this is the fag end of this academic session. I think all are very busy with to remove from this place. That means in the sense that this is the fag end of this session. I think every organization or every institution, if they have a good vision or if they have a good will, then only they can organize such a wonderful conferences or events in the society, or they can make the changes in the society. So we are the academic fraternity, we are totally the academic society. We are the cream of the society. We are actually guiding the society. We are driving the society. We are pulling the society. So this is actually a thought-provoking session and a knowledge sharing, idea sharing, and this conference itself is very innovative in all aspects. The topic itself is very interesting. New trends in commerce, management, and economics in the digital era. So that means technology is very important. See, I remember one thing. So when I was a faculty member in 1995, see, in computer science department, we taught the students DBase, Pascal, then Fortran. These are the languages we taught the students. And C is also another, this is emerging. This language is under the way. And DOS is the operating system. Then later Windows 95, Windows 98. Now, what can you imagine the development the last 20 years? The fast development. Our country is also cope with the development. We are also enjoy the developments. We are also moving with this development. That is why we have the potential, we have the credibility to cope with the international standards in digital technology. So our country is the one of the best country which adopted the digital techniques in its effective way, implementing in its effective way. So can you imagine the situation? A flight is take off from Trivandrum airport to Delhi. How many hours journey is required? Can you imagine? Say 5 or 6 hours journey is there. See how much time the pilot is cautious in the journey, the entire 6 hours journey. How much? Can you imagine? Any answer from the audience? 5 hours? Then? Four or 5 minutes is more than sufficient. He is sleeping or he is relaxing. So that is the technology. That is the big data analysis. See, at the time of takeoff, so the pilot is required. So suppose maintenance of some crucial issues. And also while traveling, some jerk conditions are there, but because of the airflow. So there, if maybe the requirements is, and landing time. These two time the pilot is required. Now it is the possibility to explore that. Can you imagine the situation that the pilot can be removed? That is also possible. The driverless car is ready. Immediately it will launch. And mind therapy, that is also possible. So can you imagine the situation that, I am talking in this moment, so I can judge that, so what is her mind? What is her, she is thinking. That mind reader technology is also there. And see the control mechanism, then search systems, drastic changes made in the technology, and we adopt this technology in the effective way. That is why our country become the one of the best country in the world. So this topic is interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary in the sense that different disciplines merge together. That is National Education Policy. National Education Policy 2020 itself revealed that adopting this technology as far as possible, explore this in the teaching learning process. So without technology, we can't continue the teaching learning process. We are experienced in 2020 COVID situation. Whole academic system was in a standstill mode. How we overcome this situation? By using digital technology. So Google Meet, then Zoom, different application software we experienced, and so effectively communicating and teaching learning process was continued without any hindrance or disturbance. That we experienced because of our experience. So similar situation happened in this area also, the interdisciplinary nature. Can you imagine the situation? I want to purchase a car or I want to purchase a mobile. So online sites are there. Now the another one point is there. I have to experience what is the item is there. That is also possible. Augmented reality and virtual reality is there. The emerging technology. I have experienced that what is inside the car and what is it. And is it possible to experience the driving? That is also possible. That type of business is emerging. It's already there. But see, some practical compatibility issues are there, but anyway, it will overcome very soon. So the furniture system, then cosmetics, then ready-mades, in all the sector, the augmented reality and virtual reality is there. Then the technology, another one important aspect is the warehousing. Can you imagine the situation that the stocks are stored in the stock yard? So different analyses are there. I can't remember the analysis. I think these commerce people can experience ABC analysis and VED. So may I correct? See, always better control analysis. Different analyses are also there. Now it is very easy without using these analysis. So different algorithms are there. The algorithms, how effectively they say that. So this is the appropriate act time to place the next order. Very effective way of managing the stock and transferring goods. Everything becomes more technical. And we are also in a technical way. We are also in the technical side. Normally people, they are in the rural area, rural sector, even farmers, they are also using this technology very effectively. So being the commerce, management and economic students, you are strictly focused more to the technology. You have to adjust with the technology. And also one more point is there. So in our Kerala, this is I think so some of the students, they are from outside Kerala. In our Kerala, the government is planning to implement the 4-year degree program in tune with the National Education Policy and in tune with the State Reforms Commission report. See, a lot of changes. Examination itself is in a different way. So 1 hour examination, 2 hours examination, different examination models are there. Then there is no question paper is there, open book examination, different modes are there. Here also we are using or exploring the use of technology. And this 4-year degree program, there is no specific subject. That is very important. So normally people is reluctant. So in the earlier situation, when I was the member academic council, normally some request come to the council. So eligibility for different subjects, optoelectronics, whether this optoelectronics in the electronics department or communication. So some questions are there in the government sector. So we have to recognize the degree, in which stream it is belongs to. In interdisciplinary, they are facing the problem that they are with a specific category is there required. So normally different types of arguments there. People are reluctant to cooperate with the interdisciplinary stream. Now, so this is the era of interdisciplinary. All subjects interrelated each other. So in my request that you go through the subjects very deeply and interact with the other subjects, in the sense interact with the latest developments of the technology. Otherwise you can't sustain in the competitive world. That is very important. So if you know commerce, then how to use these commercial aspects in the technique, in the education, or in the industry, or in the shop. So the practical usability is very important. So that type of information gathered from this type of conference is there. Here different topics you explored and experienced, and go through these topics, and this will definitely help you more to the more to your bright future rather than the strictly focusing the academics. And I wish you all the success. And this institution, and this is one of the best institution associated with the University of Kerala or affiliated with the University of Kerala. They are making wonders. Effective coordination, effective leadership, and they are always enthusiastic, and they have vision and they have mission. Say 1 hour back we discussed regarding the accreditation of their research center. They are one of the accredited institution in University of Kerala by the NAAC Accreditation Council. See, our university, University of Kerala, is the NAAC accredited university, A++ university, 3.64 grade, and we started 1937. This is the first university in the state in 1937 and 16th university in the country. And see, after years back, we are still continuing the first university in the state. 44 teaching departments, 79 centers, 230 affiliated colleges, and we have our own institutions more than 50. 5,000 employees working, faculty and staff. So more than 1 lakh students studying. And this is the beauty of the university. But see, anyway, nothing more to say that. See, this is the concluding point. I hope that this will help you more to the future, and I wish you all the success. And once again, I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful conference. And miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Moving on to felicitations, I would like to invite Mr. C.A. Joe Secria, Joint Managing Partner, Jackson Associates, Thiruvananthapuram, for the felicitation.
President of today's meeting, Dr. Jacob Gay, Principal of Marthoma College of Science and Technology, Professor K.S. Kumar, Registrar, University of Kerala, other dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear friends. At the outset, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity that has been given to me to offer felicitations. I consider it as a great honor to have got the opportunity to share the dais with the Registrar of Kerala, the principal of Marthoma College, and so many other dignitaries. It is a rare opportunity for chartered accountants because we are always busy in our office. We spend our time with income tax officers, fighting with them, GST officers. So it has been a wonderful experience entering. I have seen this building several times. Well, I am a native of Kottayam, so I often pass this institution. But this is for the first time I could enter it. It is so well managed. I would like to congratulate the principal for the effort that you are taking to keep the premises so neat, tidy, and wonderful. It is very essential. Neatness is one of the essential aspects of life. And sir, I'd like to congratulate you for the manner you use. And I was also lucky to listen to, pardon? Almost, of course, manager. I don't know them personally, but I can address you by your designation. Not only the principal, I would also like to congratulate all the heads of departments, all the staff, all the students because unless we unite together, nothing can be done well. So united we stand, divided we fall. So that principle is strictly followed in this college. I am so happy to see that. And I also got the opportunity to listen to a wonderful speech by our registrar, Dr. Anil Kumar. I could learn a lot from him really, because he has actually our university survived because of people like you. Ministers come and go, but you will continue. People like you, enlightened people like you, educated people like you will continue. That is, we are so lucky to have got such a system. And sir, I would like to congratulate you for coming here and sharing your words with us. Then of course, Jacob Thomas sir, actually we had a lot of interaction with him the moment I entered the premises. Thank you sir for all the things you are doing for making this conference a success. And also we have Bill St. George, head of the department, and she was so nice. And I know how much effort he must have taken to convene this 2-day conference like this. What is the effort? Even for preparing even for making a presentation here, I had to spend a lot of time. So then talk about the effort one needs to take to convene a conference. And I would like to congratulate you, sir, also. I understand that people from Tamil Nadu, professors have come here. I would like to congratulate you for coming and participating in this meeting. And I also would like to congratulate all the participants here who are attending this conference. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. M. Abraham, Treasurer, Marthoma et al. For the felicitation.
Distinguished guests on and off the dais, dear participants, and professors and assistant professors of this college, good afternoon to one and all. I am very delighted to participate in the valedictory function of the International Conference New Trends in Commerce, Management and Economics in the Digital Era, organized by the PG Department of Commerce. I congratulate the department for coming up with a wonderful conference which has attracted many scholars, researchers and distinguished personalities from all over the world. This conference helped the college to shine in a different level in the mindset of people. I am feeling proud to say that our college is one of the few universities and colleges that conducted a conference at an international level in Kerala. I appreciate the effort of all hands behind this conference, and I extend all our support to the department for conducting seminars and events in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's high time we appreciate our guests by presenting a memento. Now, let me invite Dr. Jacob K., Principal of Marthoma College, to hand over the memento to our guest, Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar. Dear sir, we kindly request you to accept our gift as a token of love and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Mohan Alex Medel, Head of the Department of Management Studies, to present a memento to our guest, Dr. G. Veeramani. We request Dr. G. Veeramani, sir, to please come forward and accept the memento. Now, I call upon Ms. Shana Thomas, Head of the Department of Computer Science, to please come forward to present the memento to our guest, Dr. B. Kalayarashan. We request Dr. B. Kalayarashan, sir, to please come forward and accept our memento. Now, let me invite Ms. Tintu T. Kuriakos, Head of the Department of Electronics, to please come forward and present the memento to our guest, Dr. V. Kalai Selvam. We request Dr. V. Kalai Selvam, sir, please come forward and accept the memento. I request our Secretary, Dr. K. Daniel Guti, sir, to please come forward to present the memento to our guest, Dr. S. Purushothaman, sir. We request Dr. S. Purushothaman, sir, to please come forward and accept the token of our love. I request Dr. Jacob Thomas, Senior Faculty of Commerce Department, to please come forward and hand over the memento to our guest, Dr. H. Divya. We request Dr. H. Divya to please come forward and accept the token of our love and gratitude. I invite Dr. Suman Alexander ma'am to please come forward and hand over the memento to the Head of the Department of English, Dr. D. Radha Ramanan Pillai. We request Radha Ramanan Pillai, sir, to please come forward and accept the memento as a token of our love and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for doing the honors and for accepting the token of our love. Thank you, everyone, once again. Moving to the next part, I request all delegates to share their feedback on this two-day conference. And now the stage is all yours. Please share your feedback.
Good evening, dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. I take this opportunity to thank Marthoma College of Science and Technology for providing the opportunity for attending this two-day second international conference. Really well organized and coordinated, and the hospitality was very good for the past 2 days. Thank the conference convener Benson sir and his entire team, Department of Commerce, faculty members and students for putting a tireless effort and making a grand success of this 2 days international conference. A big round of applause for them. And this conference connect lot of the industry experts and the academicians who have shared lot of their personal experience and matching the conference theme like new trends in the commerce, management and economics in the digital era. This is a very remarkable thing. Lot of their efforts have been presented in the PPT form. Really it was very useful for all the researchers. That is the main benefit of this particular conference. And I also been a part of a technical session chair where I witnessed a lot of research papers. All the papers are really quality papers presented across the nation, and all are really interested in the research. Even the doctorates also coming up with the newer topics to expand their research skill. That is more important thing which I can witness in this particular international conference. To name a few of the areas like coffee proners, artificial intelligence in marketing, and then bank performance before and after implementation of AI. So they are imbibing the technology in their research work, and really it was very wonderful to see as MCOM student and the PhD students are presenting with like this of topics. My wishes to the entire participant for this 2 days conference, my prayers and blessings. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Myself, Dr. Ronnie Chain Raju. I'm working as an assistant professor in postgraduate and research department of commerce of St. Thomas College, Rani, Patranthita. So I'm attending this conference for these 2 days and attending an international conference which is themed on the idea new trends and commerce management and taxation. Has given an enriching experience for me. I'm telling that it is an enriching experience in the sense that it fosters some stimulative discussions and after all gives some profound and have to witness some profound exchange of ideas. And this conference has been meticulously organized and having a well structured one, which accommodate both online presenters and offline presenters. And the theme, which is the new trends, commerce, management and taxation, it has covered various aspects like emerging landscapes of US dollar hegemony, the implications of climate change in developing countries, of innovating teaching learning methods, green supply chain management, and about the last one, the tax incidents, tax management, tax evasion. So all this has definitely provided a clear pathway or clear idea or clear insights on the new trends in commerce management and the taxation. And another thing is, definitely this conference has paved a way for networking and academic collaborations. So the thing which I have found that, or which is my found that the most attractive thing is, this conference has helped me to have a lot of new connections and different academic collaborations with different institutions across India. In summary, the Marthoma Institute of Arts of this college and other organizers under the guidance of the General Convener Dr. Benson Kunyun and other organizers has successfully orchestrated an intellectually stimulating and inclusive conference, and that will be definitely come under the golden feather of global academic calendar. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Dr. Kalayarasan, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, DRBC Hindu College, Chennai. And 22 students also participated here. They are also coming here and participated in yesterday. And regarding the conference, I handled both online and offline sessions. It's really is awesome because in the UG students also handled presented the paper. Compared with other colleges and organization institutions, lot of youngsters, women researchers are presenting paper. This is a remarkable one in my handled session. And about the session, the conferences, so organizer and volunteers are very helpful to my team and other members. So I want to point out the pensions are not today, the end of the first conference. First international conference, sir continuously discuss with me and arranging all other activities. If the teams are requesting one request, maybe anything, maybe a need, at the time sir told, don't worry. We will take care everything in column. Like that, sir interacted with me. So hospitality very nice and it's an awesome one, including the team and the students are everything is really awesome. So thank you for the Benson sir and other faculty members, the whole Marthoma College. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Divya. So I'm coming from DRBCC Hindu College. I came with my colleague and then Dr. Kalayasan sir. He is not only my colleague, he is also my professor. And then my beloved students of 22 students. And thank you for the Marthoma College gave me the opportunity to host, to evaluate the chairperson as the online session. Actually 22 members has presented the online paper presentation. Actually very good concept with the new topics. So even MCOM students also presented their paper presentation very well. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for the whole institution of the, especially for the commerce department. So and also my special thanks for the sir. Because even one word I put a word that I need some special of hospitality to my students. Thank you for arranging very soon. Thank you for the Marthoma University. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you everyone for sharing the available support through their words. As we prepare to bid farewell to this conference, let us carry forward the lessons learned and the bonds formed into respective spheres of influence. Let us continue to leverage the knowledge and networks established here to drive positive change and innovation in the ever-evolving world of commerce. Now, let me invite Ms. Janvi Chaitanya Ji, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Commerce, to propose vote of thanks.
A very warm afternoon to one and all present, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates from far and near, presenters, scholars, colleagues, and my dear students. Good afternoon. We are experiencing a moment of pride at this time as our 2 days international conference on the topic New Trends in Commerce, Management and Economics in the Digital Era is coming to end. And I am sure from this conference, we all are able to explore some new knowledge which will help us for our future. Now, let me get into my responsibility of paying gratitude to everyone present and for every support we got. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for attending the 2-day international conference on new trends in commerce management and economics in the digital era. It has been an honor to have you all here and to have the opportunity to learn from our distinguished speakers and panelists. It's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at this valedictory session. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest of our occasion, Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar Sir, Registrar of University of Kerala, for accepting our invitation and gracing us with his presence. Thank you, sir, for your speech that have contributed to the enrichment of our knowledge. Our sincere and heartfelt thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Jacob K., for all his support and guidance throughout the conference and support that he gave to us whenever we needed the most. Thank you, sir. I also pay my gratitude toward Chartered Accountant Jose Sakria and Mr. M. Abraham, Treasurer Marthoma Attack, for facilitating this session with their inspiring words. Thank you, sir. I would like to express my thanks to Dr. K. Daniel Kutti, Secretary, Marthoma Attack, for his constant motivation and encouragement for this event. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our resource persons, Dr. B.A. Nuresh Eranda, Dr. R. Kannan, Professor Indrajit Aponso, Dr. Gabriel Simon Thattil, Professor S. Kannan, Dr. J. Michael Mariadas, Dr. Reggie D. Nair, and Chartered Accountant Jose Secria. Research expert panelist Dr. B. Kalerasan, Dr. S. Purushothaman, Mr. Sudarshan, Dr. K. C. Matthew, Dr. V. Kalai Selvam, Dr. Veeramani G., Dr. Suman Alexander, Dr. Nidin Venugopal, and Dr. Srila Krishnan for their valuable contributions and for sharing their expertise with us. Their insights have been thought-provoking and their presentations have been engaging and informative. Thank you. Next, I want to thank former principals Dr. K.C. Matthews sir and Dr. Joseph Mathai sir. Your presence and motivation helped us a lot for this seminar. And I also want to thank all the board members of management of ETAC and the director of MIT for their ample support in conducting this seminar. Thank you. Let me also thank Professor Dr. Mohanan Kunnunmail, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University and University of Health Sciences, His Grace Right Reverend Dr. Isaac Mar Felix Nos, Episcopa, Reverend Father Shibu Oplavila and Reverend Father Christy Charvila for their presence during the inaugural session. I would like to express my gratitude to our collaborators, Indian Accounting Association, Kerala Branch, and International Skill Development Corporation for their support and commitment to our mission of conducting this two-day international conference. The man who actually the brain and inspiration behind who made this event to reality, the convener of this conference, our head of the department, Dr. Benson Kunyan sir, we would like to thank for all your hard work which cannot be measured. Thank you, sir. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to the most enthusiastic personality, Professor Dr. Jacob Thomas sir, of Commerce Department, whose support, guidance, motivation made this conference possible. Thank you, sir. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to all the head of the departments and faculties of different departments and non-teaching staffs of our college for making this conference a success with their esteemed presence in this two-day international conference. Thank you. Lastly, I want to thank all of you present here, our esteemed guests and those who attended through online from across the globe for your presence and participation in the conference. Your questions, comments and feedback have enriched our discussions and have made this conference a great success. Last but not the least, words are not enough to express my thanks to all the faculty members and students of Commerce Department whose participation and hard work paved the way for this event. A big thank you to all. In conclusion, I hope that this conference has been informative and inspiring to all of us. Thank you once again for all your participation and have a great day and thank you. Thank you once.
Thank you everyone for being part of this journey. Until we meet again, safe travels and best wishes for all your future endeavors. Now let us all arise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय